1 second.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're already 1 minute ahead of schedule.
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear about that? Oh. Probably. Get that looked at.
It's fine. Had it for 3 years now. I've only been coughing up blood for the last 2.
Oh, that makes sense.
Can't possibly be related, you know?
Nah. Probably doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I figure. Those Dr. Quacks are just there to take your money, so I'm not going to go there. Figure out.
Alley up from my slumber.
Oh, the missus will probably know something.
She just tells me to stop complaining.
Oh, yeah, she knows best.
Quit your coughing and go back to bed.
Yep, makes sense to me. Alright, let me get some music running, because we like music. Music's good.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Let's play some... I like all of those, but I like this one. Alright guys, welcome back. We're here to play.
Yes, we are.
Y'all had a really close call with very scary lady. Or whatever it was.
Like causing some chaos.
Yep.
Second day in.
I wasn't involved in that. I was busy killing myself.
Alright,
Surviving,
so
apparently.
Worked out.
you guys are back on the crazy adventure of exploring. And the last thing we did was you opened up the library. I think it looks like a library. And there's some people inside.
I'm still down for this DTA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you guys are all going to bed. So,
oh, yes, yes. So everyone is.
Yeah. Trumpo will be sleeping in for today's session. They did.
All right.
Benny, your master, who's this little itty bitty version of himself, he's sitting on the ledge of the bed, you know, the headrest. The backboard, the headboard? Headboard. Turns into a chicken and goes, "Cock-a-doodle! Time to wake up, apprentice. We got things to do.
Ah, what was that?
Cock-a-doodle-doo! Am I doing this right? I don't know. I usually eat chicken instead of be chicken.
You know, come to think of it, I've never heard of chicken, so I'm gonna say that sounds just fine.
You've never heard of chicken? Oh, it's too bad.
I've heard of chicken. We have chicken-flavored spam on my planet.
They're a galactic-wide species. They're everywhere.
Well, there was tales that there was once chickens on my planet. It's mostly imported now.
Oh, that's probably because if they were, the wealthy hoard them.
Well, then how do we get the chicken-flavored spam?
Do you really want me to tell you?
Nope, my mama always told me don't ask about the food, so I don't.
Now I really want to tell you. But I won't. Apprentice! Are you ready to survive today?
I am ready to survive.
Because I had a revelation while you were sleeping. What if you had to survive every day?
That's what I strive for.
Yeah, but what if the day was like, bro, I'm gonna mess you up?
Hmm.
And you feel like he's talking about a much bigger concept, like a truly large concept, rather than all the things that go on in your day. It's more like fate itself is like, nah, fuck this guy.
All right.
You're not sure.
So tell me more about what you want me to do for today, Master.
I think we should dig dong ditch.
Ding dong ditch. Okay.
Not just once. No.
Twice.
You do it until I say stop.
Huh.
Which probably won't happen.
Well, we've got lots of doors to explore here, so.
Or until you open a door that is another experience of, oh, that's a problem. And then that'll count.
Okay.
It'll be great, Apprentice. Disciple. It'll be great.
All right. Well, I'm up for the challenge.
You better be. You see me waggling my eyebrows at you menacingly? Do you? Wait, hold on.
You're so small, I can't tell.
All that effort gone to waste.
I can barely see your eyebrows. Sorry.
Oh, you probably shouldn't look too close, anyways. I'd drive you crazy.
Crazy?
Where do you think I keep my crazy? It's all in here.
All right.
You think I'd keep a normal amount of crazy up here? You fool! But anyways, all right. I'm gonna go find a seat, and I'm gonna watch this unfold.
All right.
Yes. So if you do get in trouble and you need to hide behind me, you gotta work for it. Because I'll be sitting somewhere. Watch me move sideways along the wall, Apprentice. Whoop, 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 whoop. And he scuttles out like a spider crab.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Headmaster. Oh, gosh.
So would anyone care to join me in exploring some rooms? And
I would assume my master has something for me to do.
all right.
And I was thinking about visiting the mage classroom today, so I'll let you go about doing it yourself.
Okay. And am I up to make a move yet, or are we?
Yeah, good.
All right. Let's see. So we've got a room right below us that I don't think we've explored, right? So I'm moving right below. Is part of the game ringing a doorbell of some sort first?
No one's ever thought to knock.
Doorbell.
What's that?
No
You
one's
don't
ever
see-
thought to knock.
Okay. Well, I guess I will start with that option.
How
Stretch.
hard?
So like big
Hey,
bear
you.
paw, small bear paw.
Nothing. It's quiet.
Not hearing anything. All right, so I'm gonna do my normal sniff test. So let me get my. All right. So that's an awareness. Do I get a +10 with awareness with my smells? How it works?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
333, baby.
Pretty nice numbers. Don't
11.
smell anything
Okay.
out of the ordinary. A little musty, a little dry, a little dusty.
All right. Well, that's not a bad smell. Not like when we could smell pretty much like hell coming through the
Yep.
keyhole.
No. That.
But, so I will do I'll play with the lock with my sharp claw and stick a claw in there and see if I can jimmy it open.
Give me that sleight of hand.
So what one is that for the
Sleight of hand.
sleight of hand? Sleight of hand. No.
Yeah, you were trying at it. And
All
you're still
right.
kind of like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
Can I try to use my bear strength and just try to rip off the door handle?
Go for it.
All right. So that would be athletics.
You could always just leave it alone, too.
Yep.
I could, but that's just not me.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes a bit first, but then you take your claws and you dig into the wood around the lock, and then you yank it out. And the door is just the lock just crunch wrench.
Yes.
Hmm.
All right, let's see what's in here.
Mm-hmm. Hoboken.
It's a room.
A room of rugs.
We have better rugs.
We do.
All I can say is you can't steal these rugs. They're taped down to the floor.
Yeah, but he said
We could move the rugs to our room. That wouldn't be annoying to do on a GM layer.
it can't actually.
Literally can't. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh.
Once upon a time,
One
yes.
singular map.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's all one image, except for maybe a couple things.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Because I tried to use this with the first group in its base state. Anytime I tried to load it, it took 30 seconds.
That sounds like garbage.
It was a lot of tokens, and I realized, you know what? I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna make it one image, and it
Yeah, I'm
loads
sure
great.
the megabytes are much different, I'm sure.
All right. Well, this doesn't look like anything too exciting. Our room just looks just as nice. So, um, I do want to do an awareness, just make sure I'm not missing anything.
Sure.
So, well,
Not that you can tell, but it's almost an exact clone of the room you guys took.
okay.
It's different color sheets. The rugs are different and in different permutation, but Same exact layout.
Okay.
I have a question, Matt, for clarification on my side.
Mhm.
Benny using his athletics, sleight of hand, and awareness, are they digging up into his 6 rolls he has for the downtime actions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys just going around doing stuff.
All right. So how many more actions do I have then?
And we got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 2 more.
2 more.
Yep.
All right. So
Where you going?
I'm just looking for the next area that we have not explored to do.
There's a couple.
I see. All right.
Whole
So
side of a map.
I know. So I will. Go up
Meow.
here. And is this the door right here?
That is the door yet.
Okay. Is that one action to move to that area there?
Mm-mm.
That doesn't count as an action. All right. I will do another knock.
You hear,
um,
we're slaving, go away.
all right.
It would be really funny if we would have just done the bear thing, though. Be like, just woke up these high-level cultivators. Oh, sorry, guys. My bad. My door!
Well, I think my mission is to still get in there, right? Even if it gets me in some trouble. I think that's what my master.
I think especially if it gets you into some trouble.
Yeah. So I think I have to go for it. So I'm gonna do before I go in. I'm gonna do an awareness, and then
Ooh, nice.
so what does Benny smell here?
Myriad of scents. It smells like a dorm room or a bunkhouse, barracks.
All right. So I got one more roll. So I will try sleight of hand with the same sticking the claw in first.
Do you
And that,
want to see if it's even locked?
oh. um, or I did the sleight of hand and it was not successful.
You hear somebody go, "It's open."
All right. And that I think that's the end of my 6. So I will enter the next round.
Okay. I wanted to say go for Poe, but he's not here. What a jerk.
Look at him doing
Womp,
family
womp,
stuff.
womp.
Lyron, you're springy. Get out of bed. Boing.
Do I feel any different? Is that an awareness test on myself?
I'd say sign of science on yourself.
Sign of science?
Look inwards to your pathways.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, no, you feel different. There's an energy source kind of
This energy
resides.
source is yin and yang. Is it like fighting each other, or was doing all that making it
No, there's a
work?
spark of it.
I've got
There's little
12 ki.
motes. There's
Okay.
little motes of it rotating. Most of it is just this pure energy.
Okay. Master, what exactly was that you had me do yesterday? I felt like I almost died.
You almost did. I was this close to being disappointed, but I suppose you did all right.
It hurt a lot, but now I've got the little glowy things in me.
Good. That is the base foundation in which we will work on. This system will allow you to at least survive in the early days.
All right. What shall I do for training today, Master?
Calculating. Participation with the others will be fine for today. Consider it your reward.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I'll see what Lars doing then. It looks like Benny's already gone somewhere.
Do make it profitable for yourself, whether by monetary gain, gain of knowledge, or experience. Do not waste your time. You are not immortal.
Very well. I shall make it profitable.
Proceed.
I proceed to wait for Lar to return from his LOU break.
You did kind of cut him off there, and I did prompt Lar, not Lyron, to go.
Oh.
And you immediately just took control there.
I apologize. Lar and Lyron is always confusing. My bad.
There. Alright. But things are looking good. You can go get some tea. My brother got me blue tea.
Huh.
It's this floral thing, and it's so strong if you put too much in it. It actually stains your teeth a little bit blue.
Hmm.
It's the butterfly pea flower.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Deep indigo flowers farmed direct from Thailand. But they also use these flowers to dye fabric. It's goofy.
Sure enough. Well, I apologize. I thought it was my turn. My bad.
Yeah, well, go ahead and apologize to...
I will when he returns.
Yeah. That's the thing. And the stuff. What the... Oh, let's make a note.
Back. B. Lars here. Hello. My master has told me to do group activities today. So what are you planning on doing, Lar? Well, that sounds very educational. I suppose I'll join you. Cool.
Alright. You are making your way downtown. Walking fast. Gotta go fast.
Oh, also, sorry. I thought that I was being referred to earlier with the turn. Oh, shoot. There's not another seat. I'll just stand awkwardly next to Lar.
When you guys kind of open the door, there's kind of a hush, and the teacher at the end goes, "What? Why would you care if there's no people coming in? This is a pickup class. You could take it any time. We're not children in preschool. We're not like, ooh, you're in trouble because you're late. There's no being late. Sit down. I'm not going to stop my lecture. Come on.
Take a seat.
Fortunately, your timing was very good. My name is Waffles. I am a traveling magic practitioner, so I decided to host some classes. Today, we're talking about how not to get pwned by magic users on the path. New people, do you know what pwned means?
I am unfamiliar with the terminology.
One at a time, please. No, because I can spell it out for you, but I'm asking you, do you know what it is? You're asking for the definition. Those losers just got pwned. Yep, with a P, pith, P's, W's, N's, ED's. Pwned.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
It's lingo / slang for magic users. It's kind of derogatory. It's not just you got owned, like you got put in your place, you got defeated so overwhelmingly that it's comical. But we add an extra step because superiority of mages, arrogance, all that type of thing. We replaced the O with a P because we're sophisticated. And we
I
never
see.
tell you what the P is because it's always something different because you're too stupid to figure it out. Because that's the joke. I don't know if you're smart or not. So it's kind of a derogatory term for people who are just not as good. But we're using magic, so it's kind of not very fair to begin with.
I
Anyway,
think it makes sense now.
anyways, so a little bit of recap. We'll rewind 10 minutes. It's fine. So this particular class, I do teach magics. I do teach theory. I do teach all that type of stuff. But what you need to decide is how not to get pwned by magic. There's all sorts of different types out there. The most prevalent is going to be 3 things. Nature magic, which allows you to modify yourself, the environment, or other people. Very scary, but very difficult to practice, and even more difficult to master. Not too difficult. It'd be around mid-tier difficulty. Very potent. Also, you could get lost in your continual changes if you don't revert yourself back to your original self, because you can modify yourself. So you can forget your original shape if you're not careful. As for the easiest one to pick up and learn is Arcana. You absorb energies, magic, in the form of mana in a mana pool. And just like with Ki, it's a resource that replenishes itself over time. So eating, exercising, sleeping, taking potions, breathing. Sometimes you can cultivate and it replenishes really fast. Spell for Arcana is pretty simple. It's 3 components. How you can use it, so how fast it is, whatever incantation parts that you have to utilize, basically invoking the magic. Second, how it can be utilized. Is it offense, defense, utility, whatever. And then the third one, this one's kind of goofy, but is it has any limitations? That's it. Arcana is really easy to pick up, but it's really it can get really complex. And the third one, very strange. And it's not Qigong, the mystic stuff. Now, I see your hand that I put down. That's not correct. That's martial arts stuff. We're talking about magic. Okay. So, third one that you'll most likely see on the path is this kind of strange binary thing. I see it all the time with mechanical people. To them, it's magic, and they swear by it. Because it's not just computing ones and zeros. If you do it on such a level, you can change physics? Briefly? It's very strange. It's like you unlock the special formulae for ones and zeros of the universe. And the universe says, okay, fine, I'll change it just this once. And then a weird thing happens. So you gotta watch out for that one. That one's really hard unless you have a computer. If you don't have a computer brain, gotta have gotta be able to calculate like a computer. Yes. Okay, so how do you not get beat up by these people? So, first things first, let's go in order. Nature magic users at tier 1, they can only modify themselves. Yikes. They can modify their strength, their speed, their durability, maybe to counter what you do as martial artists. Fortunately, they have a limited amount of time they can do that to themselves, otherwise their body starts to unravel. So, there's a couple ways to approach it. You can change up your attack, or your approach to them, or you can now assess what part of themselves they had to give up to enhance another part. So you go after the weaknesses, and they can only change that ever so much. Otherwise, they hurt themselves if they have to change too much. If they control the environment, that's very difficult because the terrain will change, but it's very costly for them to do so. It's very exhausting to use their influence to change the environment. Just anticipate kind of what they're probably going to change to that's easiest. That gives them the biggest advantage. Elements like earth and water are the easiest to modify. Fire and wind are very difficult to modify because they're very energy intensive and very elusive elements. So the more solid it is, and the lower the energy state of the object, it's easier for them to modify. Yes. As for the third stage of nature magic, it's control of others. Now this is the really scary part. These people are assholes. They can literally look at you and go, I'm going to change you in some way against your will. Fortunately, it's very difficult to do so, and the more strong your body and mind is, the more difficult it is for them to pull this off. You have to be weak for it to work. Or they just have to be so overwhelmingly strong, which just means you're weak anyways. So just don't be weak. Train your body, train your mind, train your spirit, and they can't mess with you. Okay. Any questions about nature magic? Bunch of hands goes up. You guys have questions?
Yes, you were saying that magic takes mana, but you were also
So the
saying this is an
arcanas.
additional cost.
Arcanas.
Arcanas does.
Arcanas takes magic. Mana. Very important.
So, nature magic rebalances things more than costs things.
Maybe. But it taxes your body and your mind. So you become exhausted when you do this. It also is very disorienting.
That is interesting.
Yes. If you do practice nature magic, don't forget to get yourself a book. Because if you practice it on your own, you'll come up with a really stupid way of doing it that is inefficient and far more costly than otherwise. Unless you're like a nature magic guru that you were born with the ability to just do it. But that's just shapeshifters. I mean, if you're a shapeshifter or a doppelganger or anything that can freely change their body as a natural part of who they are, then yes, nature magic is super easy for you because, especially the first part, because you already know about change and modification. But yeah, it doesn't use mana. It uses your internal energies, knowledge, and abilities, and any innate traits you have. Yep.
Savalair has a question.
Yes, you.
Excuse me, sir. Or
Yes.
madam. What is your gender, actually? What should I, just
So
wandering
it's fine.
magic?
So it's fine.
So-
For our peoples, it's very hard to tell because we don't have the most discernible features. Because we're reptiles, it's kind of hard to tell. So you can actually go with the non-binary they. We don't actually take offense if you don't give us a proper title. But if we do introduce ourselves with a title, such as Grand Magister Wells, like if I had that title, you just would lean into the title as the way to address somebody
I see,
of
I
our
see.
people. Yes. Says. And for further information, I don't have a gender at the moment because our people, when it is time to mate, we choose the gender in which we wish to use. Or if there is, it takes a while, as you probably would know, but we can transition. And when the deed is done and the children have had, we actually naturally slide back to a non-gender. It places an incredibly low level of stress upon our bodies to be without gender because of the hormones.
See.
Yes,
It's quite fascinating.
yes.
Very similar to my species, but you can really tell by the wings of the horns.
Yes. We don't really have the discernible features except for the coloration and patterns of our scales. But that requires in-depth knowledge of our people and prolonged study.
My question is related to nature magic, and it's only in the sense that Passion of the Four Elements, is that related to nature magic, or is that something different?
That is a martial arts style of the 4 authorized martial arts of the earthly styles.
So it is not related to magic, then?
No, it actually uses your internal energies. First, it uses your stamina, which you develop over time based off of how tough you are mentally and physically.
I see.
The more you can push your body, the more you can get out of your martial arts. And it takes time to recover your breath and your condition if you overtax yourself.
Perfect. Well, that was just my question then. And since you are a magic teacher, I will allow you to continue.
It could be used in tandem, though. You could use nature magic with Passion of 4 Elements, because Passion of 4 Elements is a module and modifiable martial art. The whole point is, if you don't have a solution for a problem, if you're given some time, you can modify your own arts without much difficulty, and then you can come back with the tools you need to go at it. It's what did they describe it as? Mankind's ability to adapt, evolve, overcome. Yes, those. Yes.
I see.
And nature magic goes well in hand with it, because you can not only modify the martial arts that you are utilizing, but you can also modify yourself to better utilize those martial arts. It's a very lethal combo. So, good question.
Okay. I appreciate your answer.
There's no wrong answers here. I will inform you if it's very incorrect, but there's no wrong questions. Sorry, there are wrong answers. There's no wrong questions. Actually, scratch that. There are wrong questions, but we'll know immediately if you say the wrong question because bad things will happen. But, 99.9999 receiving percent of all questions out there are not wrong. Alright, so, Arcana, we went over Arcana, we went over Nature Magic. We didn't go over how to protect yourself from Arcana. Okay, so every mage has a magic pool. They can supplement it through objects, potions, training, maybe they have a special quirk. There are two breeds of mazes. There are the losers and the winners. The losers have never studied how to be a mage by Viridian Lockhart. The winners have, because he teaches you how to be the best mage you can be. He's a god of magic for the solar sector, and the most powerful mage who has ever made in the Arcana path. So, he has taught you how to not waste your stupid time trying to cultivate mana and your inner mana points, because it used to take most of your life, and if you weren't rich or connected, you couldn't do it. It was too expensive, and teachers were too expensive. But now, anyone can cultivate it if you know who to talk to, or if you have one of his books, which can be found all over the solar sector. Teaches you how to get a ridiculous amount of mana in a really short amount of time without any drawbacks, which is ludicrous, I know. And there's also all the different spells he has in there that is really silly. He also teaches you about mana mutations, mana specialties, all sorts of crazy things. So, remember, there are winners and there are losers, and you can tell immediately because the losers have a very itty-bitty mana pool, and they have really stupid spells. There are some who are very good at being a loser, though. They have these really efficiently built mana spells that use very little mana, and they utilize them at the perfect time, and they're really frustrating. But if they were only a winner, they can make it better. You know what I mean? So, I'm just teaching the Arcana Gospel here. Winners and losers. So, if you come up against a winner, you'll know immediately because the spells won't stop. They'll be really crazy spells. They'll do spell combos. And the only way you can really survive is get yourself a force field. Yep. Or magic resistance, or anything that can really interrupt. Because some of them require a thematic component. Because they're idiots, and they can't mental cast. But mental casting is very dangerous because you have to have an uncluttered mind. You have to be really focused and constant. You have to have good concentration in combat. Because you're casting the spell in your mind. So most idiots will take the easy route and say their spell out loud. And that is their activation point. Well, if they can't say the whole thing, whoops, that spell either fizzles, as in it doesn't happen, and it uses the resources that it required, or it goes horribly awry, and that person then has to suffer from the fallout of a spell partially cast, which could be anything. So, some mages also require a bit of movement with their body. So, go after their ability to spellcast. Have some sort of shield, especially mana or magic protective. And then, if you have one, definitely use some sort of projectile. Because mages are notorious for wanting to be mages at distance. They throw spells at you. Stay over there. Let me just hit you with spells. Close the distance, but not cautiously, because they will set up traps. A good one will. A winner will set up traps. Watch where you step. Practice your magic detection. See if you can recognize the spells, because there's a lot of common spells, even among winners, because there's just really good spells. And then you can predict the effects. You can study Arcana itself and know what the spells are. So if you hear them casting a spell, you're like, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen. So Arcana is highly predictable until it's not. So shields, mana, magic protection, mana detection. There you go. Binary? I don't like binary. Binary is stupid. Only computer people can use it because you have to have a computer brain. It does take them a while to process the formulae. And you can tell because it'll usually slow them down if they're not built for it. So unless they built a chassis that can handle binary magics, you just can't. It'll literally slow down what you are capable of while you run the process. It's very easy to notice that they're about to really screw you over. So what you do is you hit them a bunch so they fumble the calculation, especially in the head or wherever their processor is. You just really make a really big bracket and just go bang, 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 and beat them up before they can use physics magic on you. Physics magic will ruin your day. I'm just going to tell you right now. You're going to get wrecked. Because it's magic that controls the laws of physics. So, zeros and ones. Isn't that crazy? So, those processes take a while to happen. Some of them will try and distract you. Don't get distracted. Sometimes they'll try and monologue or cease combat or anything that doesn't involve more activity. And then that gives them plenty of time to process. In fact, they'll do a shit talk at you. They'll like, throw insults back and forth with you, just to distract you from it. Yeah. So, any questions?
No questions from the peanut gallery.
None from me.
Okay. So we're going to be playing a game now. I'm going to be casting Arcana spells. And you have to guess as to what the spell is. You don't have to guess exactly what it is, because I know you guys don't have any knowledge about this type of stuff. But I'm going to do a very exaggerated, prolonged cast. And let's see if you can detect what I'm about to do to you. Don't worry, none of it's lethal, I think. Alright, so he's going to pick up his little wand, and he's going to start to swish it. Bippity boppity bappity. And then he kind of pauses the spell. Okay, good luck.
What do I...
You feel like you're going to get bapped.
I think I'm going to get bapped.
Also,
Johnny,
roll science, yeah. Magic detect! Failure! I have no idea. Looks like it's gonna hurt.
Looks like magic.
Everyone gives their answers, but Sneckles is like, ooh, pick me. Yes, little one. We're going to get bippity boppity and then bappity. You know what? That's a very good answer. Yes! And everyone gets bip bop bap by a cat's paw.
Did it hurt?
No.
Okay, so my answer was wrong.
Okay. So, this one will not have a somatic component. I hope you guess what it is. And they will kind of draw this Star of David in the air with their wand, which turns bright, vivid purple.
Let's see.
Oh, up arrow, enter. I could do that, but I'm not. That's what I get for. Okay, fine. I'll take it.
Okay. The spell you think will actually, the Star of David will actually separate into parts and then fly at people. Not
Raise
sure
my
what
hand.
they do. Yes, you.
Yes, I think that star will split apart and fly at us. I don't know exactly what will happen when it hits, though.
Well, at least you know what it can do. What it does, that's very important. But knowing how it'll go after you is also important, because sometimes you don't really need to know what they do, because usually what they do is bad for you. So, yeah, just knowing how it's going to go after you is sometimes just enough to win. Very good. Same with you, Lar. You also like the middle part of the star. That one's gonna hit somebody last, and it'll. It has to do with how many times they've been hit with the other parts.
Ah. See.
Yep. Okay. Last one, and they'll just stay still without even moving the wand, and they'll just kind of flick their tongue out, and a circle forms in the air, and a bunch of runic writing flows around it, an inner circle, and it's starting to fill out the middle.
Is there any
Can I make another
minuses to this Shiny Science test?
check? Or
Give me minus 20. Figure this one out.
Okie. Failure.
can I make another check, or do I notice that?
Well, you gotta roll again, bud.
I don't know what that means.
So minus 20 too.
Oh, 4 degrees of failure. Whoops.
Yeah, you're like, not sure. Waffle hides under the desk. Or sorry, Sneckles goes under the desk.
Sneckles does.
Yep.
I
Sneckles
trust
knows what's up.
Sneckles. I'm gonna hide under the desk too.
Yep. And when he finishes casting the spell, a big hand will appear and swipe where everyone's head is, and just slap somebody. But you guys went under the desk, so it misses.
I didn't go underneath the desk.
Oh, you get slapped. Ah!
Okay. Can't dodge or anything?
You can, yeah.
Or is it because I failed my Shiny Science test? I couldn't tell.
You're not sure what it is, but that doesn't mean you can't dodge. But let me find out your negative.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a minus 50.
Well,
Because
yeah,
Waffles has something called Prodigal Mage, and Prodigal Mage applies inescapable to any attack that requires an attack roll.
You know, it was a good roll,
Or a
but not.
casting roll.
It was a failure. So
Yeah,
I'll get bammed.
You take 1 damage.
Does it go through arm?
No.
Okay. Then it takes 0 damage.
Do you have armor on your head?
I have armor all, but I also have toughness.
You have literally armor all?
No, I don't have literally armor all at. But the suit you gave me was all 4.
Oh, yeah. The armored all pieces. Or armored
Yes.
parts, yeah.
Yeah.
So you get slapped on your armor.
Okay. But the second question is, does it go through toughness?
This one, yeah. The spell does.
Nice.
Because it causes emotional damage.
I see. Ouch! Oh, nice slap.
Okay, everyone. You may take a break, study some books, read some stuff. I'm going to set up for alchemy class. We're going to pretend like you know what you're doing, and I'm going to teach you very dangerous concoctions, and hopefully no one dies.
Assuming that's the end of our DTS.
Yes.
Yep.
Benny! Benny the Beast!
All right. Let's see. So for Ding Dong Dash, typically I think you like knock or ring and then run. But am I clear in my understanding? I am supposed to engage with people, so taking it a step further.
Kind of. He kind of gave a very strange explanation. He said explore, figure out what's behind the doors.
Okay.
If you find something more dangerous when you open a door and it attacks you, kind of like the last problem door you opened. That's also fine.
All right.
But
So it might be ding dong, enter, dash. All right. So I'm going to. It seems like this door is unlocked. So I am going to enter.
okay.
Big room.
It's another dormitory.
Oh, there are some people in here.
Yeah. People just trying to
Oh,
sip
oh
their
well, that's
legs.
right. They did say it would go away. All right. Well, I'm just gonna figure out who the heck these people are in here. So, I'm
They
gonna.
don't. No, they're sleeping.
No, they're sleeping.
Yeah, they're under the covers. They're like, close the door, dude. Trying to sleep.
All right. So, okay. Well, in that case, I will go to the next room and keep on exploring. We could do a knock. And then I'm going to do an awareness.
Sure.
So,
Smells of wood, sweat, blood, and there's this sharpness to the air.
a sharpness to the air.
Yeah.
Blood, sweat. Well, this one definitely could be dangerous. Could be.
Could be a myriad of things, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of things are going through my head right now. So, I'm going to do. Before I go in there, I'm going to do one more thing and do one more awareness, see if I see anything through the keyhole.
It's well lit.
Okay.
Looks like weapon racks.
Weapon racks. Okay. Let's sleight a hand here and see what if we can get in. Well, first, yeah, I'm try sleight of hand.
No, you're messing around with it.
All right. Might take a little more strength, so I'm going to use some force with my athletic.
The individual behind you kind of bemusingly kind of
Person behind me, what now?
yeah, kind of amusingly goes,
Oh, can I help you, sir?
the door's unlocked. You don't have to break it.
Oh, I should start trying just turning the knob first. All right. Thanks for the advice. I appreciate it. All right. I will turn the knob then and walk in. All right. So
And you walk on the tatami mats.
this is like a training room.
Correct? Yeah. There's all sorts of weapons, anywhere from sabers to katanas to rapiers to broadswords, longswords, zai handlers. They have axes, clubs, maces, flails, meteor hammers, lances, spears, bow staves, hatchets. Uh, they even have up on a wall a throwing net, a trident. They even have some armor in the corner. very strange armors. There's even a practice cuirass and a practice plate mail set.
Hmm. Is there anything that we are able to take with us from here?
You're not sure. There's no instructor in here.
Um, I want to do an awareness just to see if I see anything that would prevent me from picking up and taking any weapon or any of my
They all look like
peers that would
practice
take.
weapons. None of them really have a really nasty edge. Some of them have somewhat of an edge, but
Okay, so
um,
these are just practice.
correct.
All right.
They could be honed.
Okay.
So if you took one and gave it
Found.
a sharpening,
All right. Well, if I come across someone that can do that, maybe I'll come back since I know where this room is, and I'll let my peers know what I
sure.
found here. So good to know. All right. Haven't gotten into any trouble yet, so I'm gonna continue to the next door down.
The log is not normal on this one. You can't peer through it,
Okay.
and it has some sort of hexagonal bolt that you would put in.
And
But
this one is locked.
I mean, you haven't tried it,
Okay.
but when you do it, it doesn't open immediately.
Okay.
Um, Even without having an awareness test, your nose smells a very strange smell. Salt, brine, it's wet, cold, rust. You also smell a very strange set of smells, like drowning, hopelessness, despair, darkness. And even the lock itself is rusted,
Mm.
covered in salt. It's wet, dripping, as the lock actually has a little bit of a drip that of seawater that comes out of it. And
Intriguing.
around the bolt is this kind of embossed, cracked ship, like a wooden ship being ripped apart by a kraken, like a big creature with like tentacles. And you can almost hear the groaning and cracking of a ship. Hear people screaming, "Man overboard! Fire the cannons! Bring it down!"
Hmm.
Like you could, and then the longer you look at it, the rusted metal starts to move. You swear it's starting to animate, and you feel you're being pulled in.
Seems like almost like a portal to the. Hmm.
Yeah. You have very little time to look away. Otherwise, we go into rolls. If you ever want to back out, you can
I think
feel you're being sucked in.
I think I can back away from this one right now.
Okay.
And I'm going to have a conversation with the person closest to the door and just see if they know anything about it.
Yeah. The wave, hold up a finger, and the bandages around it undo themselves. They unravel, revealing nothing. And on that bandage, writing scrawls. "Hello, wary traveler and adventurer." Or is it martial artist? I can never tell. Whatever you prefer to be called.
Lou, I'm very intrigued by the room right across from us, and what's inside. Could you?
Ah,
What are? Have you seen any activity from that room?
I have, and I do know thou'st who lurks within, what they're about, what they're here for, and I know all about that lock for a price. You see, you are speaking to merchants, and I am a curiosity dealer. I do not have a name, nor one I wish to share. You, or they, or any term that is to describe someone as little as possible is an acceptable way to address me. But I do nothing for free, and that information has value.
So, what would the price for this information be?
That is a very perplexing answer because you have not had any offers. I don't deal in coin. I don't deal in monies. I don't deal in normal things. What I would want are a pair of hands for this information. I want a pair of hands that are well worn.
Like
Well,
cadaver hands?
yes, literally. I want somebody's hands. I
Oh,
want a
okay.
pair of hands that are trained, that have undergone the struggle, they've that have formed calluses from their activities. I want something. It doesn't have to bear talent. It doesn't have to be from a genius. It just needs to be someone who is unwilling to give up no matter what. To practice until their hands are uh, rubbed raw from the handle and the swinging motion of their blade or weapon. I want someone who has worked and it shows through their hands. If you can get me a really nice, fresh pair, I'll give you the information you seek.
Okay. I will look into that.
And that the finger in which he had pointed, kind of the whole bandage, tink, floats off the finger, basically detaches. So do we have a deal? Information about the lock and the individual inside for a pair of well-worn, studious, practiced, hardworking hands, fresh.
If I come across a pair of
No,
hands,
no, no,
or
no, 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 no.
I'm not gonna give.
This
Yeah,
is a deal. I don't do maybes, could be, possiblies. This is the price now. If you come back, I will have a different price, a
huh.
different desire. This is what I want now. What I want later will definitely change. It may be 16 pairs of these hands next time. Or it could be the hands of a talented martial artist just beginning on his journey down the path.
Yeah.
This price
Well,
now, or you can come back later, and I'll give you a different price.
I'll come back later because I really don't see myself chopping off anyone's hands to get you.
Well, there are plenty of people who will engage you in combat here. Death happens more than you would think, especially outside. A lot of people may ambush you because they feel they need to prove something, or they want what you have, or many different reasons. Maybe they just want to beat you up. Maybe they don't like the look of your face and they kill you, and they want to kill you. Self-defense, of course, is widely
So, so
permitted.
what happens if I cannot come across a pair of hands?
Then I'll take your hands.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on this deal, but
That was a bargain of a price. Last chance.
it skipping it.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's too risky for me. I need my hands, and um, Yeah.
If you want to
But-
leave a note out front that door,
Yeah.
you can hit the on the sidebar where you would normally find like the ruler. There's a option it's like a big stylized T. If you click it, make the text a very visible color, increase the the size. You can then click and then do
On
something
the
like
door
that.
itself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then you can kind of move it in front, so you're like, ah, this is what that is. So you can have a note. Because I don't mind players leaving notes on my map to help them remind themselves of things.
And so what did you do to get that up there?
So on the left option bar,
Yep.
there should be a
Right.
T, a capital T.
Left option bar, I see an arrow paint thing. Oh, there's text. Okay.
Yep, a T.
And
Ta ta ta
then,
ta. Yeah. That's the first lock you've seen different, and it is a spooky lock. There is nothing normal about that thing. And it looks like it requires a very special key to open.
all right. To change my font here. Because that is. I'll figure that out when my turn's over. I don't want to waste people's
Okay.
time on. All right. So how many more actions do I have? Or am I
Got two more.
two more? All right. I am just gonna go to the door below and start with an awareness. So let me do an awareness roll. It's not good.
It smells of cutting. The art of cut. To sever two things. Its sharpness actually slashes your nose and almost almost cuts into your sinuses. Your nose starts to pour blood from a heavy nosebleed.
Cleared your sinuses.
No, it didn't. He's got
Oh,
he's got a heavy nosebleed. The smell itself is sharp, like a well honed and well practiced sword,
Okay.
and it cuts all.
Intriguing.
If your your ability to smell cannot defend itself from the assault of a blade, just on the aroma alone, it tells you to back off. In fact, failing this particular awareness roll has saved you a lot of misery. You weren't able to get into the details of how it cuts you and how deep. You weren't able to get the nuance. So failing has actually saved you a lot of grief. The
All
lock
right.
is not a normal lock. It looks like, strangely enough, a striking pole.
Okay.
Like one of those rolled up bamboo mats that you would use to test the sharpness of a blade in a single strike. But it's embossed in brass on the wall, around the door. There's no lock or handle. Something strange. These must be the two rooms that this one and the previous one, must be private practicing rooms. Or doors to private teachers. But only those who can figure out the lock and are brave enough to attempt it may earn the right to enter. Now, you already have a master, but these would be stupidly dangerous to the Ding Dong Ditch, if you can even do so, because just the attempt alone is survival. Because with the other door, it feels like you might get pulled into a drowning ship fighting a beast that you've never witnessed. In the sea, which you do not have any experience fighting in the water.
No, I'm not a water bear.
Yeah. And this one is like trying to have a conversation with a sword, and the only way it knows how to converse back is to hit you with that sword, to cut you.
Okay.
So you found some interesting rooms, but
Sounds
so
like these rooms might be good for someone that needs a master.
if it is even capable of doing so. Very dangerous place, these rooms.
All right.
They both feel equally dangerous in their own right, which is a little absurd.
Okay. I'll put a note on that one and continue on my mission. So I'm just going to go to the door below here, do an awareness, and then I think that's the end of my turn. So here's an awareness. I forgot to put my 10 in, but
Smells of metal. It's very tangy. A little dusty.
okay. All right, well, I'll continue with that during my, when it comes back to me.
Okay. The other two yoo-hoos.
Yoo-hoo.
What are you guys doing?
I'm not too familiar with alchemy. There are many people in my family that did partake on the Sava side. Do you think I could make some tea out of this?
Perhaps. I know you can make bombs out of alchemy.
I'm sure you want to stay there.
Well, it's not normally my flavor of explosions, but if you think you can make tea out of it, we might both get something out of this.
I wonder if this is something I want to... Is this a patience kind of game, alchemy, or...
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Depends on how quickly it takes something to explode. Sometimes it's a get the fuck out of there kind of situation.
This is the second half of day 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was told that on the third day, the master would be here to find. So I might go look elsewhere.
Okay.
But you're welcome to stay, unless you want to come find him with me. But I feel
think
like
I'll
it's
stick
supposed to be
around
a...
for the alchemy class. I hope
Yeah.
you enjoy your master finding.
I hope I fail. Let's see what happens.
Poof.
If you want to do the alchemy one first, you're more than welcome to, Matt.
Okay.
Or whichever one you want to do.
Yeah. Wolfos is like, okay, everyone, we're gonna do some alchemies now. We're gonna do a basic spell. I mean potion. I mean, let's not burn your fingers off. And he will kind of wave his little tail with the wand in it, and a little book will appear in front of everybody. Turn to page 10, follow the instructions. All of the stuff you'll need will be in the desk drawers on your desk. This is the most basic potion. I will not be helping you on how to achieve it because it literally gives you step-by-step instructions as to how to do it. This is how to create acid. A basic acid. It's enough to bubble and weaken most metals of the mundane varieties, except for things like titanium. It takes a little bit more high concentration. Anyone who is successful in making the metal plate appear, bubble, boil, hiss, or even melt, I'll actually teach you real alchemy. But if you burn yourself or are unable to make a proper potion of acid in, let's say about 3 hours, this should give you about 60 tries to make one. And if you can't get a single viable product in 60 tries, this is not for you. And I'm not going to teach you because it'd be a waste of my time. Do not modify the recipe. Just let's see if you can follow basic instructions. The books have an auto-translate feature so that you have it is in your native language, and if you can't read, it'll talk to you. But if it talks to you, you'll have to wear some headphones so that you don't disturb the rest of the class. But it should be fine. So begin.
So I can see through materials. I think I can read ink
Yeah.
on a piece of paper.
Or it'll talk to you. You can just put on some headphones.
One or the other. But I'm pretty sure I would be able to read books, mostly, unless everything is the same material.
And even if you could even tap the book.
And it would.
Yeah. Sadly, the book is one material. Mana.
So I wouldn't be able to read it without. Okay.
Yes. It is not paper and it is and ink. And glue and all the other materials to build a book. It is entirely made of mana. That's why they just randomly appeared. He didn't pull them out of a storage. He just made a bunch of textbooks for alchemy with magic.
Then I will tap the book.
Some headsets appear made of magic.
Put it on and
Welcome to Alchemy 101. Let's begin by going to page 10. Pages 1 through 9 will not help you. Follow the instructions. And it's based kind of this slightly condescending but slightly jazz voice soothing combination as he walks you through all the steps.
Okay. What am I rolling to see how good I follow these steps?
Logic, and then depending on your degrees of success, will determine your alchemy roll, which you don't have, so it'll be at a negative. You'll get a plus 20, which will get rid of the minus 20 negative to alchemy, and it's just a base int roll at that point.
Okay. Which I get a plus 10 on. Haha.
Yeah, you're like, oh, only a dum-dum can fail this. Your acid is done in like 10 minutes. You're actually the only person who beats you is Sneckles, who's like, I didn't bet it. See, because he literally swipes the book off the table and then summons all of the ingredients through magic, and then all the ingredients just automatically just make the potion of acid for him.
And he doesn't have to listen to a narrator.
Yeah.
He can read the book at his own speed.
No, he swiped the book off the table like, I don't need this shit. I'm a master alchemist. Fuck this. I know how to make this potion in my sleep. So he's the first one. It melts the plate completely through. Professor Waffles is like, yes, you are very good. He gives him a head pat with the tail and boops his snoot. Good, very good. You get the best reward. Boop.
So I'll go up next then.
He puts out another steel plate, and when you pour it on, it bubbles, hisses, and slightly liquefies on the contact site. Very good. Very good. You may stay.
Good. Thank you.
Eventually, everyone will get it because he gives you 3 hours.
60 tries.
60 tries. Unlimited resources. So eventually, everyone sits back down. Some people took like 20 tries to get it right. It was crazy. Okay, everyone, you are not complete idiots. Because, surprise, if you failed this test, you'd been kicked out of the academy. Because you are literally too stupid to proceed. Okay, we're going to try another potion that is going to be very interesting. So, this time, you're going to make a potion in which you drink. Oh, yes. So, this will be a nausea potion. Nausea potions will help people who have tummy aches, who have, literally nausea, vertigo, anything that really upsets your equilibrium or your tummy hurts. It also helps with food poisoning. Now, the fun part as to why it's not called an anti-nausea potion or a nausea cure potion is if you fuck up the potion, it'll give you the worst bout of nausea and vertigo and fatigue you will ever experience. And it's a very fine line between which is which. And unlike other really sophisticated potions, you will not be able to tell until you drink it. You may try as many times as you are willing to drink the potion. You may not leave the class, though. You don't get to go to bed. You don't get to go to the infirmary. You will undergo several hours of the worst muscle cramps, stomach cramps, upset stomach, nausea, vertigo. It'll be living hell. But also, this will be a good lesson as to the effects of it. If you make the potion wrong on purpose, amplify the nausea effects, and then feed it to somebody else. Oh yes, it's why it's called the nausea potion, because it can cure it or cause it. And yes, you can cure the effects of a nausea potion with a well-made nausea potion. And for those who complete their task, oh, do I have a special task for you after. Begin, though. And he sits down and sips it. He kind of goes blum, 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 on his tea.
What page is this on?
50. And as you flip to it, all right, today we are going to be learning the nausea potion. It both can cure and cause intense bouts of nausea. Let us begin.
Logic.
All right, plus 20, but this one is a minus 40, so it's a minus 10.
Yeah. Minus 10.
Sneckles is absolutely very focused, and once again he makes it faster than you and just immediately goes glug and just kind of curls up on the desk.
As soon as I get mine finished, I'm going to drink it too.
Okay. Oh god, it's bitter. And then it's sweet. And then, oh gosh, okay. Whew. Your stomach does not seize up in cramps. It looks like you're fine. And many people are just like on the floor in horrible agony. Okay, for the ones who pass, their task is thus. You need to make a bad potion of the nausea variant, like as strong as you can make it in the wrong direction. And then you need to make the cure potion. So, when you make the really bad variant, you need to drink it. And then you get to make the good potion. Potion making under duress and uncomfortable conditions. And if you can't, well, keep trying. Also, if you happen to drink a nausea potion improperly made while you're under the effects of intense bouts of nausea, it compounds. And yes, you can die from muscle cramps. So make sure you make that potion correctly. Because otherwise, You will shit yourself to death. I shit you not. That double pun. Heave.
Does this potion require any heating or cooling?
Yes. Very exact.
Okay. I only have 2 rolls left on the DTS, and this would take 4. So
Well, it's an activity. I'll let you roll the 4, and then
Okay.
we'll move to the others.
okay.
Okay. Screw up the potion. It does not require effort.
Okay.
You mess up the heating a little bit. You do improper balance of materials.
Okay.
You just anything that's out of order, the potion goes awry. So you don't even really need to roll for it to make the bad variant.
Got it. And then I have
'Cause
to
you've made
take
it
it and then make the potion while I'm under the effects.
Okay. The world spins. Oh, that's not good. You have an incredible headache. Your sinuses hurt. Your stomach it's on a smoke break. Also crying in its sleep because you now feel like you're suffering from intense food sickness. Your digestive tract is like, we might have to hit the purge protocol very shortly, so hurry up.
Okay. So logic test
it is so bad.
at what minus?
We're gonna start with a minus 40.
Ooh.
You're like just can't even get the ingredients together. You can try one more, but then we gotta move on. We'll come back.
Yeah. Oh God.
No, you'll have to take a minute. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah. Not a 100.
A lot of 9s though.
Yeah, look at all those 9s.
Yeah, anytime someone soils themselves, Professor Waffle just hits them with a prestidigitation.
Oh,
Don't
cool,
worry.
Right.
Feel free to relieve yourself if you need to. It actually will help. Or will it? Well, I hope you brought some water or something to eat. It might help, but it also might make you throw up. So, I don't know. Depends on how strong you are. The dark side of Professor Waffle. I love teaching magic. Oh, fuck, we gotta teach potions. Alright. Let's weed out the weak and the stupid. Lore.
Yeah.
Laurie.
Okay. All right. Let's take a gander around. I think I'll probably just be doing awareness tests. I scoped the place out because that was one of my ideas to be like, all right, let's do order of operations here. If there's people that have come in today compared to yesterday, that's grand. So I'm pretty much just going to be walking around the whole place, just getting a good eye, and exploring more of the academy after the initial section here, because I'm sure there is more to the academy.
Mm-hmm.
And let's do that. Quick and simple. Let's do sections. Let's do a section here, a section here. So the 4 quadrants. Let's start for bottom, and then work our way up counterclockwise. So I don't have any bonuses to awareness. We slept yesterday, but it wasn't a rest, right? So we don't get our plus 30.
Sleep is rest.
So we did sleep. That.
Yep.
Okay, so we do have plus 30s. So I'll use plus 30 here.
Oh man, I had plus 30s. I don't think it changed any of those rolls, but
You'll have plus 30 on your next
okay.
3.
Good 9. I don't believe there's anyone new in this area. Since we have our peeps here, nothing's changed here. I checked out this area and I didn't notice anyone different. And here it looks like the same people. But I will remember the people that are in this section. Okay. Moving up over here next. Let's do an up arrow enter. Uh, 63 is a pass. I look in around. Everyone seems quite familiar. These two people are still here. These people seem all familiar. Radio Demon kind of put himself in that position there. It's the only new one I remember. I go into the library and I took a look around, see if there's anyone that I haven't seen yet in the library, and make my way to the next coordinate.
The presence of those three people in there are different than the students.
Of course, it seem probably either people that have been here a long time or just looking for something different.
Maybe they got here early.
Yeah. That's true. They could be here early. I'll think about the library on my other pass through. Next awareness. It's 30. There's a failure. I think I've seen everyone here. That's fine. So, I walk by. It's like, I could look inside these rooms. Suppose maybe I should at some point. Say hello to Benny. Make my way over to this this one, and I'll do another awareness. With a plus 30. Another pass.
Nothing seems to be new.
Yeah, these all seem to be the same people. It's just the rooms there. Make our way over to the library again then.
Okay.
Step in quietly. And I'll make my way around. See who's reading.
They all seem to be perusing. The individual you are nearby has several books open and floating in front of them. They have this kind of weird purple hue around the books, and
Oh, yes.
kind of as a concentration whenever the page is flipped. This individual is studiously reading this ancient text that's open, and he
Okay.
uses this very long set of what looks like to be ornate chopsticks to grab a page and very gently turn it.
I see.
Which is kind of strange because he's smoking in front of the book, which you would think is not good to do in here. But the smoke doesn't seem to linger in the ceiling. It kind of floats around them as if they have full control over the smoke itself.
Yeah,
And
it seems a
it
little,
is that
little different.
strange blue.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yes.
Do your smoke. What kind of fire are you using for it?
And he kind of crooks a glowing blue orb at you. And it doesn't seem to have like an iris or a pupil. But you can feel the attention has gently shifted. But it's kind of like hoarfrost has moved towards your direction. You feel a little
Mhm.
chilled, but not dangerously so. You have interest in me or the book?
You actually. I'm looking for somebody, and I'm sure the book is quite fascinating as it has your attention, but it's not
Not
what
quite.
I'm here for. Oh, is that so?
It's written very disappointingly. You see, I have expectations when I spend my time reading. And extraneous and unuseful information, just so the author can grandstand on their own laurels and accomplishments, is a waste. This book could be probably shrunk down to a quarter of its size, just containing the necessary informations, the inflections, the thought process, but none of this self-boasting. It's rather irritating.
I'm sure it made it a lot easier to write for the author themselves.
Most likely, but they wrote it in the most frustrating fashion. Some of the relevant and important information is encapsulated in the boasting. So it's not as if you can skip through it. You have to
Ah,
wade in
quite
through the muck and mire.
quite selfish indeed.
But it does
My
talk
name's
upon a very important topic.
oh
Apologies, continue.
no, I was just about to introduce myself. My name is
Careful.
Sava.
Careful. No. Never do
Oh,
that. Never go, my name is. One of the major features going forward, especially down the path, there are creatures that you will come across. And you are being very polite, and I appreciate that. Come up with a moniker first. Don't give away your name. Names have power. Names can be used against you. Names can be stolen. Especially if a creature comes by and says, could you give me your name? An innocuous sentence, very strangely worded, but maybe the translation was poor because it's not their first language. You say sure, and you tell them your name, and they walk off with it.
funny enough, I was only going to speak half my name. I don't like to speak with my last, but you can call me Lawrence then.
I like that phrase. You may call me. That means you have given permission to be addressed in a very specific fashion. But it doesn't potentially reveal who you are and what your actual name is. Even partial reveal of your real name can be dangerous. So use a moniker, a nickname, you may call me.
And yours.
Ah, reciprocation, yes. Let's say you may call me. What do I want to do this time? The fiendish Taoist of the Northern Mountain.
Savolaire will nod. I like it.
Now, you spoke of interest. I spoke of the book, but they're not disassociated. But let's focus on what you came here for. Very interesting.
See the smoke you have around you It's something I've never seen before. But smoke comes from two aspects
Mhm.
usually. One is fire, which is my forte, and whatever you're smoking might be the other half of it. What causes this?
This is actually not smoke. It's
Oh,
vapor.
yes, yes.
I
I've heard of.
utilize an orb of fire as he shows you the inside of the smoking pipe. In here, you will find a piece of coal, a mote of burning embers. Now, this is not a normal one. What's interesting about this particular one is it burns perpetually almost. It is a piece of fire that is enduring. And I introduce it to my cold essence through the pipe. I'm not breathing in, I'm breathing out. I push my infectious cold of the northern mountain in which I cultivate through the fire, which generates a cacophonous reaction. The fire is stronger than my cold at the moment, but the constant breeze and the stream of it does still wear at it. Eventually, in 100 years, I'll have to replace it. But for now, it is strong enough to fight off my breath, my essence, which
I
then
see.
creates this blue smoke, which
Mm,
is a
a vapor.
aerosolized variant of
Yeah,
my essence, which I can control freely.
good use.
Oh yes. And because it has been heated, but it's still my essence, I'm able to do very strange things with it, such as pass it through a person. Now, the body has a protection variant. Like the skin is itself is a shield, armor. And when it detects an incredible difference, especially in temperature, pressure, sensation, it alerts the body. But what if the smoke or the thing that it comes in contact with is identical in temperature? Very hard to discern that there's a problem. And so the smoke will then permeate through your flesh without alerting you and freeze you from the inside. Or do whatever I need it to do.
See, that is quite fascinating. You're not looking for an apprentice, are you?
I might. But what I do teach is not for the faint hearted. Now, I am a Taoist. I do practice asceticism. To those who don't know what that is, it's the letting go of mortal things. It's letting go of attachments. It's letting go of desires and vices to become one with your environment, to become one with yourself, which is a little bit of an oxymoron. Yes, I understand. But no one is properly aligned with themselves without practice. You are constantly in flux, but that's a good thing. Asceticism doesn't push that away, it just makes you more aware of it and you become one with your changing self, which gives you control over the change. But asceticism is not for everyone. And I also practice the fiendish energies. So, violence is part of my practice. No, it's not wanton violence, but when it does happen, and not if, my essence is like that of the northern mountains, merciless, uh, undeniable, inevitable. The cold will find your bones and it will wrap its claws around them and it will freeze your marrow and your core from the inside out. I'm a cold practitioner and you're a heat practitioner. That's very interesting.
You
I also
know,
don't. Hmm.
I might not have just been asking about myself, even though I am looking for somebody. I have a friend who is very much the cold, and I want to protect them to make sure they go in the right direction. And what I've learned about you, even though our short time, I feel like you would be really well suited for them.
Well, before we continue, let's do a checklist. I do a practice asceticism. They will have to practice as well. They must let go of worldly things.
It's true.
Otherwise, they cannot learn. They must be prepared, body, mind, and spirit, for the way I practice my asceticism, for the way I train it. Especially if I were to be given a disciple, I am like the winds and the cold of the northern mountains. I care not for your struggle. I care not for your progress. I care not for your ability to learn. I just am. And if you cannot endure me, then you will freeze to death, as my last disciples have. I've only had one who passed muster, and barely. There's a good chance your friend will die under my care, because I provide none of the such.
Savaler thinks for a moment and says, "That should be fine." She almost froze me to my bones. Well, actually, no, she literally did the first time we met, so I was just a little more tenacious than that.
I see. Very well. Who may they be?
Their name is Iowa Friends.
Is that the Dullahan with the pure yen body?
Correct.
Oh, yes. I was thinking about approaching them, but they seemed childlike.
Like every child, we need to make mistakes. And fortunately for her, we've had a good encounter, and our bonds are important. So I want to look out for her.
Well,
Seems like you're a good choice. And
maybe.
even though I do not know much about you, you seem like the path she would take. But it is hers to make.
Maybe. I will discuss this with them, but if they were to take on my tutelage, they will grow in nature. Exponentially so, especially with a Purian body. They will not be afraid of the cold techniques or the asceticism. But giving away worldly desires compounds your ability to practice and cultivate, because there is very few things holding you back.
I see.
Catapult well ahead. And since they can endure the cold and they have no preconceptions about the world, asceticism will most likely set in. They will become very powerful very quickly. But I also practice the fiendish energies. Now, that could work well with their underworld energies, but it will, with the asceticism, divorce them from concern or care or the ability to sympathize or empathize with those they freeze. If you wanted them to feel and act and understand the ways of being a person, I am not for them.
See.
Mercy is not one of the things that I practice, nor kindness. They will be the cold itself. They will be a storm. And when that storm arrives, they will look upon you in potentially sadness, but unfortunately, if your fire cannot endure, they are not going to show you a kindness or a mercy. And they won't do that for your friends either. Because they are who they are.
Yes.
And I will teach them to be that exactly.
And they will be very okay with killing if it is through their asceticism because of the fiendish energies. They will also need to cultivate in isolation for a great time. Fire will be their natural enemy. If cultivated under my care, fire will be a very potent antithesis. It is needed for tempering, of course, as I use fire itself to generate interesting effects.
Yes, I've noticed.
Yes. But it takes a very special kind of fire to endure. I will speak with them, but if you had any hope of them being human or having human-like character, personality, if they come under my care, you can dash that hope against a rock of impossible, because they won't have those mortal and worldly feelings after a while.
I understand.
So, I'll talk to them, but if you wish, you can talk to them first. I will do so in the end of the week. So if you wish
Which means
to...
lots of time. I hope.
Yes. But, do you know this? The pure yin body is sought after by more than just those who practice the ice cultivation techniques. There are those who practice the yang cultivation techniques, and they wish to utilize the yin elements to dual cultivate. And that can be anywhere from an innocuous and, let's say, synergistic approach, or it can be a very harmful and cruel experiment where one devours the other's strength. There's a lot of practitioners who will go to any lengths and do anything to get stronger. Many have stagnated and plateaued because of their poor decisions and need the equivalent of a miracle to move forward. The yin body, pure yin body, is a miracle. So
Yes, and the fact that you brought it ahead of time without me having to tell you means I wouldn't have been able to protect her in the first place without someone else knowing. So,
you would have to get them a master, a very, very strong one. I am strong in my own right, but I am not potentially strong enough to protect them outside of my domain. I would have to transport them quickly to my home, so that I can teach them there. The mountains itself are not only territory, but a barrier.
I see.
Yeah. A protective fortress of rock and ice and wind.
The last thing I'd want is someone to take advantage of her. So I will talk to her, and if she doesn't seem fit for you, so be it. But I'm glad I could at least use my hands some direction. Maybe selfish, but it's not my intent.
Well, they are female, so that could allow them entrance, especially with the Purian body, into the ice palace. Snow fairies, basically an all-women organization, a sect that practice ice. They practice the yin body technique as their base cultivation. They also practice the asceticism to a specific degree, but not true asceticism. They would be able to keep their emotions and keep some of their worldly desires, but I'm not so sure of if they weren't so innocent. They would need a protector, a matron who would of significant influence and power within
Okay,
that sect to protect
yes.
them and shield them. I know a few people I could reach out, but you will never see them again for a very long time. And there may be a war, an inner conflict, a civil war, a rivalry, because there's a delicate balance, you see, in these large sects. They have elders and groups and factions within their own organization. Our friends, individual, would greatly unhinge that balance, and whoever they served under would be a problem. So the only thing I could do is sneak them. Regardless, I will speak to them. I have many methods and many other options. Pure yin body should be handled politically.
It's funny. She would be the spark to start something, even though she'd
be the crack in the ice.
Mm-hmm.
And the crack would spread, and those who cannot stand their own ground, it will fall out from underneath them, and they will sink in the cold waters below. Yes. So, I appreciate you having alerted me. I will grant you a boon. I'm not too tied to my worldly desires, as I have said, as I practice asceticism. So, a boon for your efforts, for caring for another. I'll hand you a little token.
Excellent.
This
looks at it.
This will protect you from cold for a time. It has about a month's energy's worth inside. So if you go on an expedition, it'll protect you and those around you in let's say a 10-meter radius from perilous cold. Now, if it's a named ice, the power inside will drain rapidly.
Understand.
And it will grow, oddly enough, very hot. If in the presence of a named ice. But it should allow you to venture into some areas that you normally couldn't. And at breakneck speeds. Because some of the cold is a physical object. Like having to wade through a swamp. But it's just air, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Incorrect.
It's frozen air.
Frozen air, yes. That will protect you. It could also be used in combat against an ice user. I think anyone from Zone 1 and 2 would have a very hard time getting through that token. Recharging it would require resources I don't think you could afford, but maybe you'll come across wealth or the right item or means of energy. But enough with this. I must go back to reading this insufferable book.
Enjoy, and I appreciate your time.
Of course. All right. You can talk to one more person, and then we gotta move on back.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget anybody, because you told me 3 days, but alas, they could be here before 3 days. So let's let's take a gander at this person. Go up and look at the books.
Yes.
Excuse me. Are you new here, or have you been here long?
Just stopping by to find a book. Perhaps you can help me find it.
I might, but I'm unfamiliar with this place. But, luck comes in handy sometimes. Just another set of eyes can always help.
Perhaps. I'm looking for an accounting book. Very old one. Introductions, though, before we proceed. I am called Afushari of House Asherim.
House Ashery. I don't believe I've heard of House Ashery. Is that one of the main 4 branches of this area?
No, they wish. We control the flow of money throughout the path. We are the foremost merchant house. All goods, services, and wealth flow through our hands first.
See. Well, just hold on a moment. Savalaire will touch to his side and bring out his champion card of commerce. And hopefully he can help us find this book.
Yeah. He'll appear. My lord, what can I assist you with?
We're trying to find a book on commerce, and I figured you were the right person to help.
What category? And the Afushari will list out a bunch of details. You can kind of tell they've modified their instruction to make sure that the guy understands. Ah, of course. And he will tick 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 tick. Go ahead and roll an awareness test.
Sure.
Give him a plus 30, but you also get a plus 30.
From my other one. Okay.
Yeah, so plus 60. Tick 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 tick. As he kind of goes through the books like several rows at a time.
Mm-hmm. 6 degrees.
As he kind of tick 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 tick, he pulls out certain books that have maybe what fit those requirements. And eventually they kind of flip through the books that he's put in a stack, rips out a page, tosses the book to the side, which then kind of squirms and then disintegrates. And the page looks vastly different than the actual other pages in the book.
Mhm.
And they'll put it in a ledger. And eventually he kind of pulls out all of these books and gets them 6 pages. I'm still missing 2 more. These ones will be very difficult to find because they're the key to understanding what's on the pages. Assist me once more. Now
Of course.
share the reasoning. Give some basic
So.
instructions. Go ahead and give him another roll.
Alrighty.
But this time only the plus 30, because it's at a minus 30 to find the last 2 pages.
Okay. This has been a failure.
Failure!
I'm not going to use my fate points, but this is my last roll, unfortunately. I would like to use a. I'd like to use 2 Marshall Dow points here on this failure. It's the failure of stepping into something that you were not expecting.
Okay.
So we're trying to find these books, and I'm kind of guiding, but I'm not helping in this case. I'm trying to get this book, and
Mhm.
I think I have the right one. We look at it, and
Good.
it is absolutely not the right one. But the contents inside are something we were not expecting, so we stumbled into failure.
Okay. Roll a base awareness test, no mods. You have to fail.
Okay. So I'm going to first subtract from my my Marshall Dow points. I have 10 currently. I'm going to put that down to 8. And we're going to roll a base awareness. Okay, I've passed here, but I have destined for failure, and this is where this comes in nicely. So I'm going to roll destined for failure. I have failed.
Okay.
I did not get my fate point back, but I did manage to fail.
You actually trip over the pile of books a little bit, bump your shoulder into the the bookcase, which rattles dangerously, and a book will fall from the top ceiling, bonk you on the head, and open up to the correct pages.
Oh. Oh, is this what you're looking for?
Interestingly, yes. It looks like the... Very well. Rips out the 2 pages, tosses the book over the shoulder, which then turns into pieces of shredded paper and then dust. They'll put the pages together, and they'll pull out a strange compass-like tool, which they shake once, and there's this kind of hex grid that just stunk, kind of folds out like wings from it. And they will move it across the page. This is what I needed. This is a core key. These are very rare. The core keys are a ever-shifting, ever-changing piece of text that is tied to a very specific aspect ratio or availability of an object, no matter where it is, where it can appear, or has appeared, or could appear. These are very hard to do because it attaches to the very essence of an idea itself. This one is very difficult, requires 8 pages of Sanskrit to write. That's a very detailed key. This one is for a very specific monster, very specific demon beast. They're rare, very highly sought after, and most likely should be protected, because if they're hunted out, no one gets the resource anymore. They do have the option to mutate from a lesser species, but their bloodline will still be impure.
Well, that is fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Well, I found what I came for.
I'm glad to have helped. My name is, well, you can call me, actually. You can call me Lawrence.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Do you have anything else you need from me?
Oh, no. You know, actually, there is something. My associate here, would you be able to keep in contact with him? He is... Oh, I see.
I do not deal with servants. I deal with the lords. Command them.
Ah.
And only then. It is actually, and I will let this slide once for your ignorance, an incredible insult. Your position must be supremely higher than mine, and your servant must have equal or higher position than my own for you to ask of such a thing.
I see.
My position eclipses yours. You can't even see mine across the horizon, across the plains, and across the continent thereafter. I am of the most powerful merchant house, and I am of significant position. I will never interact with servants. But I will interact with the lords, who command them. Persons of singularity, solidarity. Commandship.
I see. So, me personally, then, compared to
you
my
and
advisor.
You alone.
Ah. Well, you work with commerce, and quid quo quo is the usual for things of that nature.
Yes, and I've shared with you a very valuable piece of information, which is of equal worth to the effort you put in.
Of course. And if that is our exchange, then so be it.
But you may engage in additional transaction if you so wish.
Well, now that
Or
I've found
conversation.
a person of your nature, would it be possible to invest
Do you even
seem
have
to-
money?
I do.
Is it a small sum? Investment.
Small for a person starting out. I do not
Then
have.
you are destitute. You're not even poor. You are minimum investment, and I take this begrudgingly, is 10,000 Marshall coins.
I expected as much. I'm still starting out.
Now, if you have an object, that can be different. They have a usual question mark attached to them until assessed. You have an object that would actually interest me.
Savalair is going to do an awareness. One of the objects in the historical department. These items of power that have been sucking up the energies within.
Mm.
Could I use one of those? Roll an awareness.
You gotta figure out which one you want to pick.
Okay. How about just a moment then. I'll touch my card and I will request the one that's sucking up the most energy of the heaven and earth within the card. The artifacts.
They're all in containment. They don't suck anything.
They don't suck anything anymore, but which one was, I suppose?
Well, which items do you have?
I do not know because we haven't gone over that. They were just it was conversational passing. These artifacts that were sucking, taking all the energy and putting them somewhere, and didn't know what to do with them until I.
Are they from the slot machine game?
No, they're not. The only one I have is the sword, right? And
That the one that Casey made? The one with the sword and the sheath?
No.
Fire sword.
Mine was just a lowly grade item. It just mirrors my inner flame. That's the cool thing about the fire.
Mm-hmm.
I was just talking about.
Are you talking about?
I was talking about the ones that were inside the card. That's the ones I was talking about. Because we got rid of pretty much everything. Shirts, sticky fingers I gave away. Ice pick was utilized, and the sword was the only thing I had left. So I don't have anything to invest if we're not going to be able to take something out of the card. So all right.
And then you feel a presence because you get pulled into the card and the card floats there, right?
No, I just I speak through the card. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. The individual has placed a fingertip on the card, and you can feel a power rumble through it, and as if sheets of that hold this thing together, part of it strains, and there's an eye that kind of peers down, and everyone panics because there's a giant eye in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is an investment.
It is. I agree. For myself, though, it's because I am its protector.
Interesting. You're qualified. Interesting. I like that a lot. You say you have nothing to invest, but it looks like everything you could invest has been put into an already growing investment.
I suppose that's what we call capital, but
this is beyond capital. This is an inner world that can be modified and grow, and it also has been confined within a very special containment.
Oh, my card holder, yes.
I'll make you 2 offers. One of which is the selling of such to me, but I don't think you would be willing. But I would give you an exorbitant price, something I would almost say too good to refuse.
My bonds are too held together before I could make that sacrifice.
Very well. The other would be mentorship, not discipleship, because I require a test. So mentorship.
I was thinking that it would be a great way to grow things within the world. It's within the condensed energies of heaven and earth going inside. It'd be a great way to, with such large landmass, to grow and to produce things of sell. And
To do
if you would be
so, you
offering
need
that mentorship,
money. You need a mountain, an ever-growing mountain of money to grow that properly.
I need
You
an
also need-
investor.
No, I think you need a guide, a mentor. An investor, that comes with being a disciple or a student.
I suppose, yes.
But I do not teach martial arts.
I understand.
I do not teach all the myriad of things that you will need to continue on your path. What I do have is money, power, prestige, influence. There is no door ever that is locked from me because
You have a
I can
golden
buy
key?
my way in.
Yes.
Or the sheer consequences of keeping me out is enough to open the door. I'm a very demanding master. Most cannot handle what I ask for. Your accounting skills needs to be impeccable, and the amount of knowledge you will have to accrue under my tutelage will be almost impossible.
I will be honest with you. I am not the accounting or the, the knowledge type. I like to do things and experience them. But I understand that it is important because I lack that half. So I very much appreciate the offer of mentorship, and I will accept it.
Very well. To prove that you have what it takes, you need to provide me within 1 month's time an object or the actual amount of 10,000 martial coins.
Understand?
If you cannot bring that to me, you will have failed, and the Asherim's doors will be forever closed to you. That is the consequence. Even if we were to part ways amicably here, if you are ever to come across one of our businesses, either with our symbol or name or not, if we own it, you will not be able to do business or shop or purchase or interact with those businesses, period. And we own 83% of most businesses across the path. 17% may or may not be open to you. Most won't. Even if we don't own them, they don't want to irritate our house because we could just buy them out. So you'll be roughing it from here forward if you fail this task.
A death sentence for most, I'm sure.
Correct. You will become a hermit, an ascetic in the depths of the wilds, and you will have to learn fast or die quickly. You'll be constantly struggling even for the most basic resources. But if you survive that, you certainly are worthy of something else, at least. There has to be
Zavalair
equal consequences.
will smile and say, "Of course. Do you usually shake on it? I think that is a custom."
No, we do not touch, ever.
Ah, I see.
If we must touch, if you touch my flesh directly, I will unfortunately be honor bound to slay you.
That is completely fair. I understand.
The clothing will have to be sacrificed. But it is a layer.
Yes.
You may go, and they'll hand you a kind of a bronze plaque with the Asherim symbol on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a temporary token. If you complete your task in 1 month, you will be granted permanent token and direct mentorship.
Savalair will nod and be on his way.
All right, we potentially have a third master here. The power of money.
Yes, money gets you places.
Money. Let us start with the Benny and the Beast. Do a little jingle.
Benny can't sing.
Benny and the Beast.
At least the narrator can. Okay. um. So I'm at this door right now, and we've already checked it out, and I'm feeling pretty confident that whatever's in there isn't going to kill me. So I am going to jiggle the handle and see if it's unlocked.
It's locked, but it has
All
that
right.
basic lock.
Okay. All right. So I'll give you a sleight of hand and try the claw first.
Did you want to
before
buy sleight of hand?
That might be a nice thing to do.
I gave you guys 10 merit last session, and this would give you. It costs 5 merit to buy sleight of hand, which removes the minus 20 penalty in attempting it, which makes it 30 or less instead of 10 or less, which is that's a much better.
Yeah, because I think
Yeah.
I always fail at sleight of hand. All right. So if I buy it, I get like 1 check mark.
Yep.
Okay, and then all right,
You go
I'll
to
do it.
advancements. Hit the advancements tab.
Okay.
Oh, did you not add the 10
I
from last
I,
time?
f- I forgot to. Yeah.
Hold on. You
Unless I
might.
unless I put it
You
somewhere else.
well, you had the
There-
200 to start. That's interesting.
You should be at 285, I think.
Do we have
Yeah.
another who's not spent their merit?
Yeah. Go to advancements, please,
There.
and then see the total. It says 210, right?
Oh god, he's
Make
got so
that
much.
Yeah.
285.
285 is what it should be.
Yeah. Which will give you 80 merit to spend.
Okay.
That is a lot, my friend.
All right. So if I want to
You
do
got to
the,
change the number. Did you change the number yet?
I didn't click outside of it, so you probably don't see it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So you go down to the next open space there, and you do sleight of hand T1, and you put in 5 into the parentheses.
Oh, just like just hit add.
Well, there's 2 open spaces. Once those 2 open spaces
Oh,
are
okay.
filled, then you hit.
I see.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then T1
10.
after that.
Oh, T1. Okay.
Yeah, sleight of hand space T1. And no, it only costs you 5.
Oh, cheap. Okay.
The first check mark is very cheap. Yeah.
All right.
So you have 75 merit to spend. And if you'd like, you can buy some more skills. You can buy all sorts of stuff. In fact, in between sessions, I can help you spend it
Okay.
to get you
Well,
upgrades, abilities, and you may just hold on to it in case you come across something that you're like, this is what I want. This
Okay.
is the coolest ability I've seen in a while. Then you can throw a bunch of XP at it and just make it really good. But you can hoard, just like a bear would, your XP.
All right.
In session, you can only spend them up to 20 at a time
Got it.
because it slows down the game if you spend more than 20 merit at a time. It really slows the game down. But if you just want to make a quick purchase, like, I don't really have this skill. You know what? I'll buy the first check mark in it. And you just go, I bought the first check mark. You put the first check mark in. You go here. You put in the skill name T1. It costs 5. Yeah.
Got it.
Tier 2s cost 7.
All right.
Tier 3s cost 9. Tier 4s cost 11. And you can you can spend all your merit if you'd like at any on skills. But
All right, let's just do this for right now. Give myself a check mark there, and
solid. Yeah, that. Yeah.
then I put a
Thank you,
check mark
guys.
already.
Oh, if you pick up positive qualities, does that contribute to pillar thresholds?
It does. You have to see which category it's part of. So if it's a physical trait, you can put it in might or swiftness. And you can divvy up however much merit you spent. So if you bought a 4-star quality, which is 20, you can then put 10 in might, 10 in swiftness, or all in one. But it only counts if you actually spend the merit. If you use negative
my other
qualities to pay for it, doesn't count.
Okay.
Because you're basically getting a free ability by taking on a negative quality.
Yep.
Now, if you can buy off negative qualities equal to the star rating,
Then it becomes.
then it applies.
Okay.
But not on the positive quality. It's on whatever the negative quality is. So if you took a mental negative quality for a physical positive quality,
And you buy up the mental one, then it's a. Okay.
mind or spirit.
I thought that was only done through your enhancement.
Nope. Positive qualities also apply as long as you spent the merit.
No, and that's not what I meant, man. I meant for the negative side. I thought you can only buy off towards your thresholds through your enhancement of intelligence or whatever it was.
I did not understand that.
So in your enhancements, which
Yeah.
are one of your, the what are they called? The
Disciplines.
techniques, disciplines. Right. You have intelligence. Buy off X from negative quality. So
you can do that there too.
What's the point of using intelligence if you can just buy it off normally and choose which way you want to put towards?
Because I'll probably need to change that and replace it entirely.
Okay,
That's
I
why.
just want if you're doing that, I just didn't make sense for the other one, so
Yeah.
I'm on the same page.
I'm gonna have to change that enhancement. Good eye though. I think
I was
it
thinking about
would
doing the
just be
same thing, right?
Yeah, I think it would be healthier to just be able to buy it off at any time as long as you have the merit for it.
Yeah, I think that's great.
And then you get to apply the merit regardless. The enhance still needs a bit of modification. I'll put it in the change log once I figure out what I want it to change to.
Sounds good.
Okay. Good catch, Johnny. Very nice. Actually, you know what? I'll give you all 5 merit for Johnny's catch because that's something I do need to change. Nice.
I will not say no to merit. Thank you very much, Matt.
Yeah, 5 merit for everyone for catching a
Redundant system.
Yep,
Nice. All right. So you ready for my sleight of hand?
I'm ready for it.
I'm
Alright.
ready.
Let's see if that made a difference.
No.
Yep.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to go for my bear strength, which seems to be my
Pick
go-to.
locks when you can just ignore them.
Why pick locks and just tear them apart, right?
Subtlety, but that's another conversation.
He practices loud stealth. If nobody's alive as a witness, then you were never seen.
Exactly.
Sorry, heavy stealth.
I like loud stealth better.
Yeah.
It's like an Eversur assassin.
All right, that
So-
didn't work either. All right. picking the lock didn't work. Trying to rip the lock off didn't work.
We already checked if you could open the door, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It is locked.
Okay.
So I'm not just burning these rolls for nothing here.
You can try again if you'd like. On either
Another.
roll.
I'll do another athletics. I'll
Up the store.
try.
Rolls a 1.
I'll try. I'm gonna try just pulling the door off the hinges.
Nice.
Everyone hears as the hinges and the bolt just are like, I give up. As Benny pulls the door off the
Right.
wall.
You win.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
Nice.
a big X where the door used to be because there's no door now.
All right. And I will step inside once I can see what's in there.
Looks like a storehouse for weapons. Very basic stuff. Interestingly enough, these are all sharp, clean.
Mm.
Not particularly all of them are like newly made, but they're well kept. And there's a grinding stone for either dulling the weapon or sharpening it.
Oh. So we also, if you recall, like a few rooms up at the very top, there is a room that
Yep.
has weapons that are not sharp. So
Yeah. And this looks like a potential repository for
this is the
taking,
grinding stone right there.
yep, for taking care of objects or weapons for the training room.
Okay.
So you found their storeroom for maintenance, care, and modification.
All right. Good to know where all the sharp knives are in case I do want to chop someone's hands off.
Yep, those are pretty good.
Ah, that offer still kind of didn't seem too good to me.
It's something.
It's something, but yeah, that's. Oh, can I change my form, by the way? Because I haven't done that in a while.
That would be good, yeah. Is it bear time?
Bear time.
Everyone just watches you just like, you know what? Screw being this. It's time to be a bear. Oh, Benny. Benny is bear.
He
I love how
is
much
the beast.
I love how much bigger I become.
Everyone's just like, oh jeez. Well there, whoa there, big guy.
There's a bear walking around here. Is what everyone's thinking.
Gotta bear with him for a moment. He's experiencing growing pains.
Pun intended there.
Yep.
You just hear across the way, go get him, Benny the bear! Benny the beast!
Nice.
Beastly
All
bear,
right.
bear, beast man, person. Yeah! Woo! That's my disciple. Go get him! Look at him
All
go.
right. On to the next door.
Mm.
This looks like a.
Actually, I'm going to modify the upper room. Oh, nope, that's
You're-
not modifiable. Okay, go ahead. I wanted to add something else instead. of
knock just to make sure,
Quiet.
part of the ding dong dash thing, but
I like that better. Yeah, I like that better.
didn't hear anything. All right, so here goes an awareness. Benny smell at this door.
Rocking these rolls today, Betty.
Oh, wait, what's going on in that room above?
I added it because I found a token I like, and it's a workbench for weapons.
Oh,
So I added it instead.
okay.
It makes more sense.
So we still have the grinding stone there, though?
Yep, there's a smaller handheld one on the table too.
Okay, cool.
And there's actually a tool kit on the bench. I found that on an off chance, and I was like, oh my goodness. So
I
good.
like it. Looks good.
Thank you.
Okay, so what does Benny smell at this door? I just did an awareness and passed that.
A whole bunch of chemicals. Anywhere from an acrid kind of pungent smell to a saccharine sweet to a kind of a spicy kind of peppery aroma that there's a huge amount of smells coming from there.
Benny is thinking this could be a room where they store all the ingredients for potions. So that's his thought. So, but won't know until he opens the door for sure. So, going to wiggle
Okay.
the handle.
It's locked.
All right. Try to do the polite way and pick the lock first. See if the sleight of hand has to eventually work for me.
How's it polite?
Well, I feel bad ripping doors off of the hinges.
Using your
That's
right or
close.
left paw.
I'm gonna use I'm right-handed, so I'm using my right paw.
As you dig your now blackened claws on the right hand side through the door, the door lock, it just melts. And you just bore through the lock mechanism.
Ooh. Is this due to the
Ichor of the Black Forest,
Yeah.
permanently attached to your claws,
Yeah. So when I'm in bear form,
it manifests.
Our
nice.
bear rogue picking all the locks.
All
We
right.
go into stealth mode, guys. It gets huge and loud. Picks all the locks.
Lock's
All
destroyed.
right. Okay. So let's see what's inside this one. Is
Yep.
this a potion room?
Yep, you called it.
Woohoo! All right. So my nose did not fail me on that one.
Nope.
All right. So we got room for potion making, what room for sharpening our weapons, making weapon adjustments. So this is good stuff. Haven't found anyone to pick a fight with yet, but all right, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to do an awareness on the goo that's on my claw. Learn more about that. So
Okay.
this will be my final action. Plus 10. Ah,
You get the sense that it's best not to clean it with you. Just don't lick your paw, or at least the claws.
okay.
Yeah. Careful what you touch those claws to,
Okay.
because even as you move around, unless you're walking on your hind legs, if you walk on all fours, the claws burrow deep into even stone, and there's this kind of hissing and bubbling, as if it actually is like this corrosive effect.
Hmm.
Leaves this acrid black smoke behind.
Okay.
Lovely. That sounds healthy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that could do some damage in battle there.
understatement. Remember, it's your right paw.
Right paw. Okay. Okay. That was my 6th action there, so.
Okay.
Lyra!
I have questions.
Okay.
So, I can spin merit right now, right?
Of course.
Okay. I also have 5 banked stars of negative qualities. at the moment.
I see what you're up to.
What does a conflux do?
Okay, so that one is going to be a custom power you and I build together. I'm going to allow players to have one, and it will be the equivalent of a keystone ability that we build from the ground up. So it will take a keystone slot, and you only get a couple of those. They are character-defining abilities that, without a conflux, you gotta earn in game, and keystones are a big deal. But since you're building it, you have to go through all the unfortunate steps of building it from the ground up, and oh man, does it get expensive to upgrade. Fortunately, if you want, you can have part of the conflux keystone be it is upgradable outside of merit. But that would use up part of your
Budget.
design, your design budget. Yeah.
Okay. Not
Question.
getting that right now. I was just curious for what I'm going to spend here.
Because I am curious, since I am a complex junkie, is it still kind of like a select? So, for example, instead of building a keystone up, could you build it off of something else you already have?
You can build it off something else you already have. That's the only cool thing about the conflux, and you can only buy it once.
Cool. Yep. Just back to its roots. I like it.
Yep. It does act like you can have it act like a select, but that is how the keystone now works. It is a select on a target ability instead
Gotcha.
of being an ability itself. So you can have
You
a
turn
core
that
ability
thing into a keystone kind of deal.
Yeah, you turn that thing into a keystone growth power.
Gotcha.
But it would eat your resources like crazy. But you know that, Johnny. You're a keystone junkie or a conflux junkie. Oh my gosh, one of the most lethal conflux players. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good home for them. It's just, man, are they hard to control, and do they get out of hand really quick?
Well, I'm not getting one right now. I'm getting exceptional aptitude with 2 of my banked stars. I'm going to select utility.
Mm.
So let's put that on there. And then I'm going to... Would it be a... Well, can I... If I'm improving that ability, do I have to choose the positive or the negative, or can I improve both at the same time with one select?
Walk me through that, because what do you mean the positive and the negative?
So exceptional aptitude, you are talented in one facet of your skills. Choose one: offense, defense, or utility. Talents that fall under the chosen aptitude provide either an extra +10 or reduce the penalty by -20. So if I said I want the penalty to be a -40, that is one select, or is it increase both of those numbers for one select?
I would say increase both numbers by a select.
Okay, so it'd be +20 -40 at a select.
I'm confused there, though. It usually means like you don't get the -20 on skills anymore because you have that exceptional aptitude.
I don't think that it says reduce their penalty.
Yeah, so the penalty of us having a skill not in as a check mark is a -20, right?
Correct. Not having a check mark is a -20 to the roll.
Yeah, and that's where I thought those two
penalties.
Just for the utility side.
No, it would no. Okay, now I get it. It would be one or the other. It can't be both. Now that because I thought it would give it. Okay, yeah, I misread it. Yep. So you'd have to pick one or the other if you to do select to give you a bigger bonus or to reduce a negative.
But that negative isn't just the untrained negative, right? That's any negative to that
Correct.
attempt. Cool. So I'll take
nice.
that,
I get that
for utility.
Yep.
I will then swiftness select. Can I double that penalty reduction since one is plus 10, the other is plus 20 or minus 20?
Well, what would you target with it first? Are you doing swiftness select on it first?
Yeah, targeting the penalty.
Okay, swiftness select wouldn't increase that.
What
it would
would
make
increase
the ability. That'd be might.
Might? Okay, then I'll might select that.
Okay.
Exceptional. And is that a then minus 40 to the penalty?
Minus 30.
Utility. Okay, so it's a plus 10 each time. So would it be a plus 5 for the other side? Since that's not if I select it again.
It's just going to be 10.
10 either way. Okay.
Which is good early for merit purchases, but after a while it kind of gets redundant. So
yeah. Utility. 2 stars.
Yeah. Exceptional aptitude's really good for the early game. But you'll pick up such much stronger later on.
You know, so it is also really good for my ability to take negatives on shit.
Yeah, it counteracts that a little bit for sure.
But remember, if you use it in a combat-like fashion or a defensive, it doesn't work. But if you use it in a utility fashion, oh yes, it does.
Would it be a spirit select to make exceptional aptitude one of the other categories as well?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean offense or defense? No, you have to purchase entirely else.
Okay.
You'd have to purchase another version of exceptional aptitude, and then you'd have to upgrade that all over again.
It's might select.
Now, if you made it a complex, then we can talk.
Oh, I'm not making that a complex. I was just asking for other things. Might select.
The might select.
Dude.
Give him the tude.
Minus 10 penalty. Okay.
You get that penalty.
Cool. All right. So we're going to make my logic test. Is that still at a negative 40?
Well, is it? What does your exceptional aptitude say?
Minus 30 on that, so it would be a neutral logic roll at that point.
Yep.
Oh my god. We not doing so hot here.
I thought you wanted to give yourself a negative the first time and then give yourself a positive.
No. I can't. Okay. This isn't a sound-based thing. There's 2 of my rolls.
Right.
We're gonna be here for a few downtimes, maybe. And 3. Come on.
Hey.
You know. Hey, Lard, you want to come do this?
Swap places.
And the 4th one, and this is going to be a whole... Yes! A success!
Nice. Good job.
Cool. Is that a plus 10 on that negative 40 for the base int roll?
Seems like it.
Cool.
You do need to pass both in a row.
So I'm actually also going to use a performance check to attempt to more accurately control the temperatures of heating and cooling this.
Fancy.
Yeah.
You think you fancy?
That's at a negative 40 plus, or 30, so that's a plus 31. I do think I'm fancy.
Okay.
Does that give me a bonus to my next roll? That is a...
I'm going to give you a plus 15. Plus 15.
Plus 15.
Yeah. So it's plus 25 total.
Plus 5. Yes!
Okay.
That's all
You
my
get
rolls.
the potion, and through almost delirium itself, you make the potion, you chug it, and all effects eventually just go away.
How is Snickles doing?
Snaggles is like, magic, dude. Blah.
Oh, he's not doing so hot.
He's not used to having to do potions under duress. You
Okay.
understand duress, pain,
Yeah.
hardship.
Okay.
Snaggles is they're a library nerd. They're textbook nerd. You're a guy who went, wait, if I mess this up, I'll blow off my fingers if I make this wrong? Well, I better do it right. You're blind. How do you know if you're doing it right? Reasons.
Feeling.
I'm gonna yell at it.
Loudly. I can see it clearly now. Also, it was a sound trigger. Fuck.
Fuck.
I saw that though.
I saw
Then I
that
triggered it.
coming.
We'll
Oh,
go up to the professor afterwards.
feeling better?
I'm not dying anymore.
So now you know what you need to do to make these the Navi potions. You can make anyone feel like that for like 6 hours if they
That-
drink it.
Was just awful. I'll keep that in mind. Very useful.
Yes. Also, if you're ever wanting to like really like ruin someone's day, especially if they're about to go compete in like a tournament or a big event, you slip them a little bit of this, and they will literally shit themselves on stage. Go a little heavier on the tonic. If you boil it a little longer than you should, that hits the digestive tract a little bit more accurately. So, and if you feed them too much, they'll develop irritable bowel syndrome because you'll completely wreck the entire ecosystem in their gut, their digestional tract, all the healthy bacteria. Nope, fuck those things. They're gone. They'll have digestive problems for years if you feed them too much of this potion, and if you put it in a higher concentrate. Yes. Potions are spooky.
Yes, they are.
So here you are. I made you a one that is not good and one that is good for you to take. They are not labeled and they look exactly the same.
Oh, great. Thank you.
That one will cure nausea, and that one will cause, let's just say, discomfort on a level that is equivalent to passing a kidney stone.
Did Professor Waffle point at each?
No.
Oh, great. Can I make an influence test since I use sound to help
No
solve that
influence.
problem?
It's
No
willpower.
influence. Willpower for what?
Using sound.
Yeah.
Oh no, that would be perception. Sorry.
No, I used it to heat and cool the liquid to save myself from nausea. Can I make an influence test? Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's what you're doing. Yeah. Go ahead. For cultivating. Yeah,
Cool.
That's what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to use my influence on this, which is a plus 10.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm going to use a bone coin on this.
Extra nice. Hey.
Ooh.
That's a plus 40.
So 2 degrees of success?
Yeah.
Cool.
Get yourself 1d4 plus 1 droplets of sound now.
Okay, and influence goes up by 3 then. Nothing? Oh, okay.
Nope.
Influence doesn't go up. Cool.
Nope. You're choosing. You're cultivating a much more difficult variant of cultivation. Pure key is so much harder to improve.
Sound droplet 7. No, 8.
Duh.
Well, thanks for the potions. Has anybody else finished?
No.
Yeah, I guess
They're
it is real hard.
Incredible problems after drinking the poorly made potion.
I'm gonna hobble on out and end up using my last downtime.
But here you goes, and he'll hand you a little tassel. Basically, it looks like a long little bookmark with little tassels on the end. You can come by for chemistry class.
Ooh, I've practiced chemistry.
Well, I'll be teaching you chemistry, modern chemistry, and then alchemy, and I'll allow you to be my student. You're not bad. You're actually worth teaching. I had a little bit more hope for Sneckles, but I don't think he's ever been out of the library. So he's very book smart. But, well,
Well,
he
it looks
didn't.
like that's teaching him something over there.
No, it's going to be really painful for him because he has a lot less math than you do. And he drank a potion of equal math to what you could tolerate. So he's going to be under unscrutable and excruciating waves of pain and suffering for probably up to 12 hours.
That sounds unpleasant. Also, I wouldn't say I was tolerating that.
Well, you did tolerate it. You were able to succeed. You have to be very precise in your potion making to succeed. Because
Well,
otherwise, you would have drank another ruined potion and added onto your nausea, and it would be 2, 3, 4 times worse than you were experiencing if you drank another bad potion.
sure enough.
Yes? Oh, yes, it's very bad. Or it would have just prolonged it for days. That feeling.
That sounds terrible.
Yes, it's actually one of the most basic potions to make, but it's also one of the most dangerous. Always try and have some sort of cure or some sort of remove impurities. Or you know what? You can use a nausea potion if you modify it correctly to literally save you from ingesting poison by drinking it. Because you drink the potion and then you will vomit up everything all over the place violently, and it'll expel it from your stomach before the poison really sets in, and then you can puke all over the person who did it.
Oh,
Poison you.
yes. That's a 2 for 1.
Yes, it's a 2 for 1.
What
Also,
if
a lot of
I...
people don't really want to interact with somebody who is violently pooping themselves and puking themselves at the same time.
That's a good point.
Yep. It's also a very embarrassing, but at least you live, right?
Do you have any advice on making this potion into an inhaled potion or poison?
I am not going to teach you aerosolized potion making, because that stuff is very dangerous. You thought that was hard to make? You have to actually utilize modern chemical techniques to aerosolize it in a stable state that it actually has a lifespan. The half-life, basically how long it actually works for, and it has to be so many steps. We have to actually get into engineering to build a container in which you can put the aerosol under pressure so that when you push the little nozzle, it goes and you can spray people with it.
I was just thinking more something I could toss and it explodes, not something that...
Still, it's contents under pressure.
Sure enough.
You'd also have to design the content so that if it's a liquid and it comes in contact with another solution, then it becomes aerosolized, but it doesn't change the nature of the potion.
That does sound pretty complicated.
Super complicated chemistry and alchemy. But if you come to my classes and you learn well enough, I could teach you that shit. I mean, stuff.
Did I get any progress towards alchemy, by the way?
No. You gotta learn he just made you read a set of instructions
and put it through the... Okay.
Yeah. But
following orders.
Yeah. You don't know the basics of alchemy.
Okay.
But you got invited to a class, which is actually hard to get into because there is only 8 seats.
All right. That's good.
Yes. So that is a non-tradable token. If someone else comes in with your token, because you traded it to them, because you can trade favor tokens on the path, that's a non-tradable. You trade it to someone, I will kick them out because they're probably a big dum dum. I didn't give it to them directly.
Sure enough. Well, when was this class?
Oh, whenever. I need enough students first. And these guys, I don't think there's going to be a lot of them who can tolerate this. Because if you think this is bad, nope, it's going to be really bad. Because what I'm going to do in one of the courses when we do poisons, you will drink the poison, and if you have the antidote properly made, then you live. If you didn't make the antidote properly, you die. Or excruciatingly suffer for a long period of time and either live or die. One of the two. Because if you're going to use poisons, you have to understand what it's like to be poisoned and how bad it feels so that you don't just go around poisoning whoever. Because that shit's rough. Oh my gosh. Don't poison people lightly. Because some of the poisons you will learn how to make in my class is some of the most excruciating and long ways to die.
I'll keep that in mind.
So it's better just to kill them normally with a sword or something.
I suppose that is true.
Yep, they'll die faster. Instead of literally poop out their guts because they've liquefied.
Which also sounds unpleasant. So if you don't,
and they'll do that over the course of an hour, and then they'll still be somehow alive. But no, poisons are very dangerous. But if you ever want to be a professional poisoner, go to the Poison Sect. They're masses of venoms, poisons, toxins, and all sorts of stuff. In fact, I learned a lot of my techniques in poison making from them. They know how to poison you just by looking at you.
Oh, that's impressive. Maybe I'll go ask one of my party members' friends about that.
Oh yeah, do be very careful. Most of the martial arts acts in the world, they're very, very into being respectable and being courteous. Etiquette and stuff. So definitely learn some etiquette. It'll help you. Potentially even save you a big headache or save your life. Oh, I would also go and take the headmaster's groveling class. Because if you know how to grovel and really well, you could potentially get yourself out of a very inevitable murder.
Wait, is Veracity talking to Headmaster Braddock?
Yes.
Oh, so is Vicarious. Okay.
Yes. So, flattery, cunning, lying, and groveling are the 4 necessary conversational skills with dealing with somebody who is way more powerful than you and you don't have your master around to protect you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the advice, Professor Waffle.
Of course! I'm here, and you are a promising student, so I am willing to talk to you about stuff that I normally wouldn't share with other people. Because I don't deal with dum-dums and losers. It's a waste of my time.
Fair enough, and I suppose the people who fail this class have learned their lesson.
No, they can come back. They're not dum-dums and losers yet. Sometimes they're just too close. Somebody who's been inside too long, and they haven't touched grass.
I'd imagine Sneckles is one of those.
Yes,
he has great
hasn't touched grass in a long time. But I have high hopes. Once he gets real strong and real confident in himself, he's not the one to endure embarrassment or a mistake or suffering for long. He'll most likely figure out how to modify himself with magics, and then he'll be perfectly fine. He's a really good student. He's just a big pussy right now.
Out of character question, am I aware of my spark of nature magic?
You are aware of something. There's a core that when he spoke of nature magic, it flared up just briefly.
Also, when you were talking about resonance, of course I'm going to ask about it then. When you were talking about nature magic, something inside me kind of clicked. I think.
You must have one of the sparks of magic granted by Varian Lockhart, the great magic god. He seeded shards of magic in everybody, And you don't really have any control over what they are. But that's okay.
Well, do you teach any classes on nature magic?
I do not. I'm an Arcana teacher. I teach Arcana only. But there's plenty of people out there that you can go get help from. I don't think there's any nature magic practitioner or teachers around here, but you can go to the merchant corner and spend a stupid amount of money to get a book about nature magic, and it'll help you teach you nature magic without making the big dumb mistakes.
Well, that's a good thing to note.
There's also a greenhouse, the spooky greenhouse out back. It's the only singular standing building still up outside the confines of the castle walls. And you could go and cultivate there. It'll infuse you with the power of nature.
I was told not to be in there the turning of the night and day cycle.
Oh yes, you just study and you cultivate. You set yourself a little timer, and when the timer goes off, you need to stop whatever you're doing and get the heckin' sauce out of there.
Well, thank you for the advice.
But
Hi.
once the sun fully goes down, then it transforms into the night variant, and then you can go back inside. Yep.
Do you know anything about the day and night variant?
Nope, I'm not really in charge of that area, and I don't like going there myself. Something about this is very spooky, so don't go alone.
I understand. Well,
Yes.
I will attend your class. When will I know when that's going to be scheduled?
The task will actually let you know that when the class is going to start. It'll give you about 24-hour notice.
Okay. Well, sounds interesting, and this alchemy business sounds useful.
Oh yes, because there's so many applications of alchemy. Like even if you're not an arcanist, you don't have to. You just have to have some sort of energy source, and you have ki, so that'll be really helpful.
Shoot, Waffle's noticed. Did Waffle notice that it is special key, or just that I have key?
You're not sure.
Okay.
I'm not telling you. All he did
Yep.
was mention that you have ki. Okay.
Well, goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave the writhing people at their desks.
Give me. This sucks.
It sure does. Just, tough it out, soldiers.
You can also add a sound profile because you were also there for hours.
Oh, okay.
The sound of misery.
The sound of misery. Good. Now I know what it sounds like to be in horrible
Discomfort.
intestinal distress.
Yep. Test.
Okay, that's probably my downtime scene.
Yep. Bippity boppity moving on over to
Bitty boppity not dead.
Not dead indeed. I might be after I talk to this person, though. So as Lair is about to walk out of the library, he stops himself. Excuse me.
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to be here just recently, were you?
I'm not sure. I was gazing upon the stars, contemplating their meaning. I found myself here, gazing at a different constellation, made of paper.
I love the stars. One of my favorite moons, fate bonds, is, well, do you know fate bonds?
The trickster? Yes.
The trickster? Oh, I've never heard that notion for goddess. Huh.
They're the trickster of the stars. They're tantalizingly binary in both aspects. of light and dark. They're fascinating in how they flow into one aspect into the other. Sometimes perfectly combined, sometimes at conflict with itself. But no matter what, they are always what they seem and never what they seem at the same time. They are the
It's a great
trickster.
conundrum.
You can never really know what they're about to do. Sometimes we believe they don't even know what they're about to do. They bring both delight and great horror upon the cosmos. But that is cosmos itself.
I can't wait to go see her someday. This is my greatest goal, to go visit her.
You are too mortal for that.
It's true. I know what I lack. It's true.
No. You have something that Facepawn's wishes for with all of their might. Mortality. To be able to experience being alive. You get to experience every minutia, every second of every moment in exquisite detail. Sure, you have to pay for that in time, and the price for such a privilege is that you are not permitted to have a lot of it. But for those who are mortal and have shed themselves or never had mortality to begin with, we can only gaze longingly, hopefully, like a dream. Those who have what we don't. Mortality is a curse, but it does come with its advantages as well.
It's a great way to look at it.
Oh, yes.
Are you? Well, you just. Interesting. Are you someone of cosmic gazing? Are you close to divination for what you do, or? I've met someone on our path here that is a student of the cosmos, a diviner.
Maybe. No, they look upon the stars and the strands of fate and destiny, and maybe, if they are gifted enough, the very strands of the fabric that is. But they merely dance upon it, pluck along the paths and the strings. But they are not a master of it. They are never divorce themselves from being a mere dancer to the conductor, the uh, the artist. To do so, they must lose the critical pieces that allow them to do what they do in the first place.
Ah, yes.
And then they become the very strands that they manipulate. And then the dancers come by and pluck those strings ever so slightly. It's an interesting dance of being the strands and being the musician. Both constantly share the same fate, inextricably bound, rotating in a forever cycle.
I'm guessing that's why people say their instrument is a part of themselves and its extension allows them to
Yes.
become closer.
But once you become the instrument itself, you can no longer play the instrument as you once could.
Right. Different perspectives. Very interesting. You can call me Lawrence. What is yours?
I am referred to as the Riviera of the myriad stars.
That is an absolutely beautiful name.
You actually see it in your mind as they say it. They're a kind of this river in the sky of stars. So, don't be in such a hurry to get rid of the very things that we, who have what that you wish to possess, covet. When you look at a book, like the one next to you, you can feel everything if you extend your senses enough. Every fiber, every grain, very texture, the sensation that rolls through your body, and the delights that the text upon it provides you, the wonder, the daydreaming. For those who have reached the cosmos, we are separated. What I see are the atoms and the material, the molecules of these books. I don't get to enjoy the sensations that you could.
Have you lost your emotions then? Or are they still there?
I have a few left, but they are only within the confines of some of the most basic primal variants, because I still am a vessel, and this
Right.
vessel used to be mortal. And in doing so, I have fight and flight, anger and sorrow, love and hate, but not in the ways you would recognize them. They're nuanced, elongated, twisted in a different shape.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. When we do
Reminds me.
feel, okay,
Yes. No. When you do feel, go ahead.
it can be nothing at all, a minor convenience, or we can feel so powerfully we shake the heavens, like a wrath so potent and held for so long that it spans multiple lifetimes of mortals, rage spanning a millennia, a wrath so potent that it guts stars. But that's not healthy. But that is something we can suffer from. Twisted out of shape of what its confines should be, elongated into time frames which mortals can't really understand or fathom. And it builds, kind of like Immortals does, but it uh, doesn't fade easily.
How do you deal with that pressure? Or is it just because your
Needs an
vessel is
outlet.
so large? Okay.
It needs a counterbalance of an element or a feeling of calm, a feeling of satisfaction, or something to balance it. But it takes a long exposure of that to wash it away. Or it needs an outlet, like finding a moon and crushing it down to the size of a pea.
I'm sure that would be quite dense.
It would be. I give those to my disciples or worshippers, those who are worthy and can
Oh,
withstand the weight of a moon.
the moon. You're talking about other moons, not the moon above us, right?
I could, but there are many who live there.
Something felt off on that moon.
Oh, yes. Many of the cosmic cultivators have an abode there, a mansion. Many of their direct disciples tend to them there, or servants. They watch down from the moon and go about their business, either on the path or look up at the stars. The moon is part of the path, so they have not left it. It's just the path at one point goes up.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Did your path go up, or is that a two-person question?
No, it went up. I found the stars. I found a sheet, a river, and I made it mine. And ironically, became the vessel for the river itself.
Ah, yes. You do seem very free-flowing, like
Mhm.
how you managed to get here.
Yes. Anyways, I think that's enough questions for now.
Of course. I just thought I'd introduce myself. I'm looking for a master myself, but if you
You've
were
already
not...
taken one.
Oh?
You spoke to the house of the Yasharim.
Oh, that was not a mastership. That was mentorship.
That is a master. They will not
Oh.
permit you to be taught by another.
They were very specific in saying that they did not... I cannot be a disciple because I was not worthy. But if that is
But
the
you will
case, then...
be once you have solidified your base understandings of their requirements. You will be mentored into being worthy of a discipleship.
I guess that is one way to look at it, yes.
Yes.
Hmm.
Your masters who will teach you martial arts will be as many as the stars in the sky, for they will arrange for you to be taught. Their influence, power, and money are even felt among the stars. You did
I
not
see.
pick wrong, but that house is always under flux. There are many children who will claim the right to the palace of gold and jade.
I was just expecting someone else, I suppose. Even though I don't know who I'm looking for.
There are
V.
many stars here
Yes.
in which you could have aligned yourself with, but you spoke in haste. You could break the deal now, but that
Sure.
would be catastrophic. But if you complete the task, but then separate, you might be given an understanding of mercy. See, the Asherim house is currently at war with itself. The scions of the house are vying for the position of the head of
Right,
house.
right. Okay.
You will be joining a faction. You will be expected to participate in your master's camp. But you'll be given much freedom and more wealth and access and influence than you can possibly dream of. Even looking at the stars will feel very close, as if you can reach out and just pluck it. But if you do not wish a discipleship, complete their task and use the reward to separate amiably. But if they can't teach you martial arts, they can just pay for someone to teach you martial arts.
It's true. And I will take that into consideration. I did not put two and two together for...
Yes. If they offer you mentorship, but mention discipleship somewhere in the conversation, they are merely suggesting you have not the qualifications to be a disciple. They must mentor you into being worthy of one. It's a common practice.
I see. It is what it is. I will still continue to look for this person I'm trying to find. But if I need to finish this task I have for making money either way, but I appreciate your time and sorry for stopping your reading. It's
If you're
quite an
desperate for
interesting way
money,
to do it.
if you're desperate for money, you can catch falling stars
Oh, that's
at
quite
night.
fascinating.
You'll need a celestial net to catch one, though. There is a host of spiders in the forest nearby. If you collect some of the correct web, you could catch falling stars. But those creatures are very, very dangerous.
I've heard about some of the spiders, especially the race that's going to happen in a few months.
Oh, how
They're the
fun.
same.
Well, these ones would be more dangerous than the ones that would appear in the race.
Ah, and I've heard they're quite dangerous in the race too, so I'm glad I
Mhm.
know what I'm getting into.
Well, there are only 2 spiders that I know of that you can find in the forest
Right.
that have the correct silk to catch falling stars. One is a cosmic spider, brand new. They're difficult to look at. They're not the prettiest things, but most spiders aren't. These ones are a descendant of an arachne. Uh, they. It's hard to speak of them. They are many things, but they're also worshippers of the moon. Very dangerous, though, and very temperamental. It's hard to
My
understand what
moon's
they
better
really
than your
want.
moon kind of thing. I understand.
Yes. And then there's the sun eater spiders. They devour any source of light, even that reflected off of celestial objects in space. If one decides to risk being in its proximity, the spider can just pluck it as it falls from the sky and devour its light. You can find many fallen stars in their nests. If you're able to retrieve them, you'll have something of incredible value, although they will be chewed on. Any light within will be completely extracted, which makes it a very arduous task to bring it back, for such darkness will bring out the darkness in your heart and soul. You'll have to endure the things you are too shameful to confront within yourself, too afraid to confront. It's an all swallowing darkness where no light can be found.
I'm sure that would be quite hard for the light that's inside of me, but I am tenacious.
Perhaps, but such a darkness is not just from the predations of the Sun Eater, but their venom.
Right.
It soaks into the object. Those such objects are highly prized, especially for practitioners of the darkness element. Even cosmic practitioners desire such an object. Mere ramblings, though. Our time is over, though.
Of course. May the river flow in abundance. And with the right way, I'm sure we'll find each other again, perhaps. Cheers.
If I do not fall and my stars do not become extinguished, we will most likely see each other again. If you survive.
That is the golden question. Take care.
Walk out of the
Alrighty.
library. Fuck, okay, that's some intense combos.
Yeah. From each, and like, fuck. It's not expecting Shuram to expect me to be yeah. But I'm sure they took interest in my card and saw some potential, so otherwise they would have
They would also have the resources and means to actually help you grow that at a decent rate instead of the just slow crawl to get that thing resources, because you have to feed an entire population of a planet with these resources. You have to seed the planet. You have to, oh my gosh, it'll be a lifelong or game long task to grow that to something usable. Because each time you go to a new zone and it's like, oh look, this new mechanic came out, you're like, fuck, I gotta get my entire planet up to par.
Oh well. All right, that's fine. now just to make some money. That's going to be the hard part.
Oh, hey, I also need to make money.
I know, right? It's like the same amount of money for both of us.
Crazy.
What a thunk.
Where are you going next?
I'm actually going to go to Vicarious.
Bloop. There is a very small Veracity sitting on the table, drinking his tea from a cup that's too big for him. Hey! Vicarious looks over. Yes.
V, I seem to have gotten the attention of a powerful individual that has a fuck ton of money.
Please use in authorized measurement units.
That is the technical term.
Yeah, that is I'm not sure.
If you need to use abstract wealth, compare it to an object of specific size, or it can fill a living accommodation of wealth, such as enough wealth to fill a palace, or enough wealth to bury a mountain.
House Asherim is the
They
the
do
individual.
have a fuck ton of wealth.
I see you were using the correct term.
Apologies, they're the only house that is authorized to use that metric of measurement.
Oh, no apologies needed. I'm actually here for one of my hints of 3. Unfortunately, I don't believe I'm going to be able to get all 3 with this new individual, or maybe I won't even be able to meet the request that you so generously offered for the favor. But I would like a hint on to know someone of the mentor. You said they'd be showing up today.
I sent out a call. A multitude. Many answered.
I see.
You have options because of your nature. I took a scan of your person. There are many aspects in which you can proceed forward along the path. It is how you wish to approach it. Some paths will be more difficult or strange. You will need to decide what is best for you going forward. There is also the caveat. Your Tao companions, those who you will be traveling along the path with, the personalities of the masters that will be accumulated, the 4, also should be synergistic in a manner. If we are antagonistic towards each other, it will create a issue. Now, this should not affect your choice, but it should also affect how you wish to be taught.
I understand.
And also the contents of what. If you're going to pick the Tao of Failure, which is a very interesting choice, perhaps pick something you have absolutely no experience in whatsoever, so you fail a lot.
Well, I've already found money as that option. I am definitely not the person, but I do have a companion that will help me with said money. But I suppose I need to fail at that. And failing at money is very costly.
Correct. It'll be more than money. Power and influence is not just about having wealth. It is a core essential part of it, but it is not the entirety of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
How you leverage that connection, how you leverage wealth itself, access, influence, power, all come from these. They are part of the Asherim portfolio. You will have to master, and most likely fail multiple times at each of these core essential parts. It will be a difficult master. If my assessment is correct, they will most likely have considered you unworthy and will have to teach you.
Okay. Is that my hint for the master then of one of the three? That there's
There are
multiple
many.
masters.
The call was from many of the individuals I have interacted with at a previous time. Some of these interactions did not go well for the individual.
I see.
They have potentially a bitterness, and just being here could put me in jeopardy, considering my state. But perhaps they wish to see me laid low for my hubris. Regardless, it is still an opportunity for you to take a master. There are several who have arrived.
See,
You may choose from many.
I was expecting one, but if there are several, that gives me
Options.
options. I agree.
Those options also overlap with Mr. Poe's request. He will also receive a master.
I remember you saying in 2 more days' time. Then at 5 days they would arrive. So okay.
Within limitations, 5 days is the maximum amount of time they will arrive.
Gotcha.
Within that time, they could spend any number of resources they wish to expedite their arrival.
I see. Scenic routes or business travel, I suppose.
There are many
Thank you.
other options. Perhaps they give me the wrong ETA.
It's true. Life can be fickle, and sometimes things take longer than expected.
Or much shorter. As in, they don't wish for me to know exactly when they arrive. My systems are compromised. I will not be able to accurately track
Of course.
ETA and progress.
I appreciate you asking either way. Good to know. Good to know. Now I need to make some money.
Volume.
Volume.
How much volume of money?
If I remember correctly, I haven't been able to write it down yet, but I do believe it was 10,000.
Yes, that's correct. That is a sum.
Yes, the same sum
Especially-
you asked your apprentice to get.
Correct. That is only for the
Wait.
base.
Yeah, he doesn't know that though.
Yeah, you would.
Oh,
Thing
I don't.
about
I retcon that then. I thought you told
Okay.
us, but you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
10,000. Very specific and odd number, but tolerable. You will have to perform dangerous endeavors.
Yes, like catching stars. I've heard.
A wonderful idea that could get your money's worth and more very quickly. Downside, there is a 100% chance of death in the attempt.
Good thing I have a 100% chance of succeeding death 100% of the time. One time. All right. Does not affect venoms. Overtime effects can kill me still. Okay. Yes. I've heard of the Sun Eater or something. I definitely don't want to interact with. As
Do not interact with that. That is a 1,000% chance of death.
10 times.
You burn brightly.
Yes.
You possess light.
Seem like easy picking.
They will see you immediately, no matter what attempt you make at concealing yourself. It will fail.
Let's see.
You have fire within you, and they will devour it one liquid flame at a time. It'll be the most excruciating experience you will undergo before your death. It'll be prolonged. I do not recommend this, and even if you were to be rescued, Sun Eater venom cannot be expunged.
Good to know. You can't even, take a piece out of your body. It just kind of...
Within 10 minutes of a bite, if it is on a limb, the limb can be amputated. The venom is very slow. But if
Gotcha.
they bite the torso, or the neck, or the head, you are a dead man.
I see.
Or you must undergo the practice of Wuji immediately. You must practice the art of nothing so that you may become infinite. The
But
venom cannot handle that is nothing or infinite.
that's fair. But that is your forte, and you are not my master.
Correct. Also correct.
Okay. Well, cosmic spider it is then.
You must bring them lavish gifts of the moon or the cosmos. You must trade. They are a very intelligent species.
Well, I do come from the cosmos, after all. I'm sure I have something I can offer.
They must not be normal gifts. They must be something of artisanal nature.
Artisanal, that's a word I haven't heard in a long time.
Correct. Do be extremely wary of what you provide them. If you bring them something that is subpar, they will be personally insulted. This you cannot recover from. They have eternal memories. They will hold a grudge forever.
Good to know.
Insulting them is insulting their goddess, the moon. It'd be the equivalent of insulting directly your goddess fate bonds.
Yes, that would be not respectful, John. I understand. I wonder, making a note for myself, about looking inside my inner world for um, fragments of meteors, other things that came to the planets once upon a time.
Yeah.
Okay, note made. I'll have
You
to
may
look
use
around.
another hint to provide yourself with additional information from my repository about potential finds of wealth.
But then I'd lose out on finding more about the masters you have presented.
Correct.
But it also allows me to focus on one master instead of looking for others.
Correct.
Very well. I will think about this. I still have a month, but even a month is not a large amount of time for a project like this.
There are many other forms of wealth in the forest. Try and steer clear of the swamp. It will have the wealth you need, but you will need an expeditionary force to enter. The wealth you need is further in, much further in, and you do not have what is necessary to even get through the first zone.
That is completely fair.
If you venture into the forest, do not do so rashly. Make preparations, get the correct equipment, and do not venture in at night. At least in your current state, the creatures there will hunt you. They have Qigong. You will not survive. They will play with you until they are done, and they will devour you. To survive, you will need significant training or assistance. Perhaps we can make a night expedition along with your Dao companions. We would, as masters, naturally have to come along.
That sounds nice.
My student also needs to make money. Perhaps this could be a joint adventure.
I'm fine with that.
You must coordinate with my disciple.
I would.
Adventure.
Unfortunately, this will not be a quick process. You will be struggling to make the money if we go on a night adventure by the time the deadline comes around.
I see.
We will have to start practice early. You will be on night duty, night sentry duty. out by the broken wall, you will be fighting off those who come from the forest all night long, only until you have become aware of the myriad monsters from the forest will you then be somewhat ready for what's to come. Even then, that's the barest hint of qualification. Go
Well,
now.
that's a start. Night duty, night duty. Oh, what fun. Always look on the bright side of life, guys.
Because it also casts a long shadow. Alright, Lar, you got more time before you catch up with Lyron.
Yeah,
He's
it's
still
fine.
writhing around in the room.
Yeah. I'll talk to Iowa friends for one of my actions.
Hello.
Iowa
Then he has to switch
friends.
sides. Oh, cold. Yes.
Yeah, kind
Hi.
of balance each other out. Iowa friends, have you thought about getting a master yet?
Mm-hmm.
I've been asking around, and I've wanted to give you a heads up that I vouched for you. And there is a master calling themselves now the Fiendish Taoist of the Northern Mountain. And they seemed like a good fit. And they know a lot about the cold.
Oh. Okay.
There's also the option. It kind of stops you from traveling with us. But there is a ice sect that he could sneak you into.
Oh. Does
Yes,
that mean I get to be a fairy princess?
maybe. You might find some more friends there. But I wouldn't be able to see you for a long time, and I think that would be sad.
Oh.
But it was just things I've just been looking around and trying to find my master. I hate to say, around the academy, and I just found someone that's kind of resonated with you. So
Yeah. Are they gonna do a talkie talk?
they said they would come and speak with you.
Okay.
Tell them a little more about themselves and whatnot. But I just wanted to give you a heads up, not to blindside you.
What's that?
It means you're not prepared for what's to come.
Oh, I'm never prepared.
Well, I wouldn't have blindsided you either way, then. Yeah. So Savaler and I were friends. We'll converse and kind of talked about a bit, and I will try to keep warm during this conversation.
Okay.
I think that's so I talked to Victorious, I talked to the Riviere, talked to Iowa Friends. Why don't I do my last three rolls?
Riviera will count as 2. That was a long conversation.
Oh, was okay. Yeah, that's fine. Two. So for my last two rolls, I'll just try to keep warm, cultivating my tenacious flame.
Yep.
Just give you. So that's a minus pretty much 90, I think.
Cool.
Since I'm a meter away from Iowa Friends.
Mm-hmm.
Come back out to larbing a block of ice again.
Yep. Have to do mission save Lar. Part 2. Electric Boogaloo.
I got a plus 50 for my tenacious flame and a 30. You know what I'm going to do? Even then, I won't be able to do it. What could I do here? It's 2 meters. That still gives me a a 0 to pass. A 0 to pass better than a negative to pass at the end of the day, right?
I mean, sure. Good way to look at it.
Because then I'm not going negative degrees. Unintended there. Let's go. So, minus 30. Still freeze at 0, though. Ooh, baby, 777. Awesome. Good start. Okay, cool. Seems lucky. Should I go for this? So I failed. Does a target of 0 still count as failure for, like, or is it in the negatives for failure?
You have to be able to pass.
I have to be able to pass at least one target, eh? Okay.
Yep,
okay.
it can be literally a 1%.
Yeah.
But you still have the ability to pass.
Right. I used up all my 30, so I don't have any of those anymore.
Is Iowa Friends actually actively cultivating right now? So I thought that was why. Okay.
They're not.
Okay.
So, Lara, it's actually not quite as bad because they're not actively cultivating the ice.
Gotcha.
They're kind of just eating their food, which is completely frozen. So it's be half the negatives.
I still think it's a failure, but
no, yeah, it's still a failure, definitely. I would have needed. I like that minus 777. Oh, that's nice. Okay, that's still failure. So half the negatives would be 50. So minus 40. So by 50. So it's just a plus 10. Let's do one more. Nice. So that's two failures in a row. Awesome. I'll give myself a Dow droplet. As I
Two Dow droplets.
Okay. And call cut up as I shiver over here.
Okay. Oh, good, Betty.
This is downtime 3, right?
All right. Okay, so done checking out the chemistry room right now, the potion room. Although I have a feeling I might want to come back here eventually and maybe make something with some of that black goo on my claw, but I don't know exactly what yet, but that's just something going through my head. But for right now, I'm staying on my mission to check out all these rooms and see if I can annoy somebody. So, going to the one right below.
Notably, it is getting to nighttime, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's moments from nighttime.
Okay.
I'll bar all the doors. Spooky things come out.
You wanted to all join up, we could do some night watch.
Sure.
Could do that, or
yeah.
Benny,
that door has a warning. This door is unlocked, and for any of those who dare to enter may do so, but be warned, this room is not safe.
Okay.
Look not where the eyes dare to follow. Hear not the words that you should not hear. Experience not the sensations emanating from that which is contained here. If your vessel is too weak, particles in the wind without a solid foundation will merely be blown away. So, if you go in here, you're welcome to, but it's very not safe.
All right. Well, I want to find a little bit more about it. And so I'm going to do an awareness.
Do it.
Using my keen sense of smell.
Do it. Do it. It smells of ancient power. It's a good thing you don't know more.
Well, it doesn't sound like the type of room you'd go in to pick a fight with somebody.
Bother.
So I'm just going to do the typical ding dong dash and knock and run away to the next door.
Okay.
Okay. That looks like it's a large room. If it goes around the corner, but I don't know where this one actually starts. So this one could be a large one. All right.
You actually see people moving in and out of this room, so you don't even need to.
I like that. Maybe I can annoy somebody then. All right. Well, I don't see. I could go in, but I don't see anyone to start off with. Just looks like I'm like offended here. Look what they used for rugs. These are
Yeah.
my cousins.
No, you
These
mentioned
barely
earlier that
related.
you're like they didn't get good.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
These are also demon bears.
Oh, demon bears. Okay.
Yeah. They didn't hunt your people. They hunted demon bears of the forest outside.
Ah, okay.
And the first time you saw them, they're like, well, they didn't get good.
I'm trying to remember that if that was you saying that, Matt, or if that was Benny. Because I think Benny might not have been here during that session.
Maybe.
That could have been the one I was missing. So it's the first time
Yeah.
I almost stepped on one of my maybe distantly related cousins.
No, they didn't get good. So
No. Okay.
because they're dead. They're used as a rug. That's what
All
happens when you
right.
don't get good. You're dead.
Okay. Well, I don't like this room regardless. So.
Well, it's bear rugs in every dormitory except for the side ones with the rugs, the normal rugs.
Oh. Okay. Huh.
Look at them. Every room has it.
I'm not seeing any people in here at all.
Well, it's instead of me moving over 100 tokens every single time into the appropriate beds
Uh huh.
and then moving them out immediately
Yeah.
because you guys go to sleep and then
Yep.
we go, you're done sleeping. And then me moving 100 tokens back is
Yeah.
a fruitless exercise.
So
It looks cool the first time, and then that's it.
Yes.
got it.
And it's a lot of work.
Hold on 30 minutes, guys, while you go to sleep.
Yep.
If there was like an automated program, awesome. But like, nah, fam.
All right, but there's no one I can annoy here, right?
There's a ton of people in there. They're
Okay.
about to go to bed.
Oh. So Benny's gonna. Well, everyone's getting sleepy. Benny's gonna let out a big roar.
And they're like, what the heck, dude?
Does that annoy you?
They're like, dude, get the heck out of here. Why are you in here?
It's really hard to pick a fight with these people.
A
Trying.
lot of them, a lot of them are just like, I don't what.
Yeah. All right.
You have plenty of time to mess
Okay.
around.
I tried. So 1, 2.
Buckle your shoe.
Let's see here. So we've actually explored every place except for 3 rooms now.
Yes. Pretty good.
All right. I'm going to meet up with my master and just chat with him, let him know what I've done so far.
Mm,
So
pretty interesting.
he's what, up here?
Yep.
Still a little guy in the bed or something?
He's a little guy sitting next to Braddock,
Ah, okay.
the headmaster. He's sitting on the tea table.
Oh,
He's a
here?
little itty bitty version. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, disciple. Did you have fun?
I did. I explored lots of rooms, did the ding dong dash, and tried to annoy people, but no one seemed to be annoyed. There were a few rooms that
Did you fart? That always annoys people enough to get them to do something about it. Maybe you need to go toot toot and be like, heh.
I'm a bear. I'm constantly farting.
Oh, well, was it smelly enough?
With this diet, probably.
Hmm.
I
We're gonna
did
have to
let
work
out.
on this, you and I.
I also let out a loud roar just to kind of annoy people, but no one seemed to care. So
Well, maybe you didn't wait long enough. Oh no. Anyways, whatever. Who cares, right? All right. So, uh, hmm. Well, we have some activities we can do.
we do. All right. What are they?
We're gonna go out and forget sleeping, and we're gonna go do we're gonna go fight some monsters. You want to fight some monsters?
I'd love to.
Okay. Pick me up. I am feeling like being small and adorable today, like a plushie.
All right.
That's vicarious. That's not
Whoops.
your master.
There he is. All right. Is that him?
Yep.
Down there.
You can move him around.
Oh.
Oh wait.
No. Can he just?
Yeah, you can move him.
If we're still outside during our downtime, do we see this
All right,
happen? Okay. I don't
Oh,
know if
where
we
you-
are outside at this point.
Where are you guys at?
I'm just stumbling out of the magic classroom. Lar is freezing himself to death.
Okay.
Technically, I'm still alive. Thank you.
I do need to fill you guys in on what I found too at some point, so
Mm-hmm.
in case it's useful for you. But all right, where's my master want me to go?
Well, it's time to go outside.
Outside?
Yeah, you guys are gonna go downwards, deep into. Yeah, you gotta go back outside. This is the way you guys came into the academy. Just double check.
Benny, let's go for a night walk. A night to remember.
Okay.
Let me just double check some staterinos.
All
You
right.
suck. Still a pleb.
Okay, and then that's pretty good. Let me just check Mr. Guyman's. Okay, and then let's check the other Gaidu man person. Solid. Click, click. Oh, yeah, you don't care about that because you see in all directions. Solid. All right. And then because reasons, we then go to do this.
Cool. We'll join up with Benny. Oh shoot.
Oh, you know what I can do? I can just do one of these. Click.
They're gone!
Yeah, go to bed.
So we were outside, and how did how did the doors bar themselves, or did people go around and bar
Plank
them?
of wood from the inside.
Okay. And is it something that happens automatically, or?
No, they basically do roll call. And then when enough people get in, they do like a 15-minute grace period, and if you're not back by then, you're locked out. Oops.
Okay. Is there? Well, I can't see anybody else right now, I suppose. But it's 40 meters around me that I can see, right? Or it's like 40 some. I've got a longer radius of sight. I realize. Hold on, than I did beforehand.
Unless your Daredevil sight lets you see all that.
My Daredevil sight lets me see 47 meters around me.
Let me just double check.
Which is a large distance. The whole map, pretty much.
Ah. You know what? I'm gonna modify that to be half.
Yeah. So that's still pretty big, but
Either that, or I'm gonna have to make that more expensive. I realize. Let me just double check. Echolocation trait meters up to your perception character. I'm gonna say half. I'm gonna make that change.
Okay.
Yeah, because that does seem a little too strong for 2. You do have to be blind, but still.
Question.
you can close your eyes to get it too, though, can't you?
No.
As long as your sight is.
Oh yeah, you can technically up to you.
Question. The flame sword. Does that emit any light?
It can if it's active.
Okay. I don't have it active yet, then.
Change long.
Does everybody else have a cone of vision?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sandwich successful.
Oh, what I'm going to have for supper tonight.
I've
Some
got a
leftover
steak
pizza.
I'm gonna have for lunch.
Oh, that's
Or
nice.
for dinner. Mm-hmm.
All right, that means you'll have 21.
Yeah. Oh, there's still people out.
Yep.
Is this because it's nighttime? Is that why our vision's like this now?
Yep. Nighttime.
Okay. Got it.
All right. And that's actually the limits to what I can see during the day too. So like that's still big.
Apprentice, acquire your master.
I'm coming, master. I've acquired the master. I'm assuming Lara's following me.
I was looked away for a second, but I imagine you're this way. There's Benny the Beast.
Look how he is, Benny. He's so tiny when you're a big, strong bear. Rawr.
All right.
Hey guys.
Now have the doors barred themselves yet?
They're about to. Yeah. A lot of these people are like, night training is the best. No fear.
I believe we have collectively decided to do some night training.
I think that
Right.
sounds like a great idea to me.
He said night sentry duty, I think.
Yep.
I didn't hear that yet. I guess you probably conveyed that.
Yes.
Okay. So where are we going?
Alrighty, everyone. Forward! They mean the actual directional and GPS locations in a point-by-point system to the objective. I don't do that! Forward! Please follow. Go out the way we came, disciple, when we were first introduced to this area.
So isn't that behind us?
Benny, you gotta take your master with you, and you can do so by doing a drag and drop. Not a drag and drop, like a drag so that it selects a whole
Make-
area, and you can select
make a
both
blue
your
circle.
tokens. And
Yeah. Square.
I'm just trying to figure out where everyone else is going first.
you can also rotate your character with a little handle on top of your head to do this.
It's quite annoying though sometimes when the things get in front of it, but I'll
Alright,
wait
that's-
up for you, Benny.
Okay. Oh, that's weird looking at myself upside down, but okay. Oh, wait, I forgot about my...
I brought him with you. There you go.
Alright, thank you.
Whee!
Something wrong with my token. That's weird. I know it's already like that. It's just the window I'm noticing now. Don't forget your master, Benny.
I'm bringing him with.
Okay.
Yeah, not...
Are you able to click your token and you see a little blue handle on the top of your head? Let you do this. Drag and rotate.
I am like so confused where I'm at right now. There, okay, never mind.
You can try rotating your character instead of moving it. So click your character.
Okay.
You'll see some gray stuff on the left, some colors on the right, and where the top of your head will be, if you zoom in while the character is selected, you'll see this little blue square right here.
I see where you're highlighting. I don't see the blue square though.
If your character is selected.
Let's do this.
Oh
Benny.
yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you got her.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you grab that and rotate it, it'll change
Yep.
the orientation of your character.
Got it.
I think I'm gonna try and see if I can look up some macros so that you can just
Like turn and stuff?
Yeah.
You know what I hate? When the fucking things come up from the left and right side, and then you can't turn your token again unless you like get
Zoom in or
close.
zoom out a little further, yeah.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Why is this even an option? This is so slow. Holding Alt arrow key does this?
Alt arrow keys. Oh wow!
Yeah, it's so terrible.
Wow! Wow!
I was just thinking if there's a way to rotate and the hub that just. Oh, Benny.
Hold on. All
I
right.
believe in you, Benny.
Never leave the Benny behind.
Oh,
No Bennies left
Like-
behind.
Where did I go? Where did everybody else go?
Rotate your character.
turn. Darkness is spooky.
You know, the only way to learn is to fail, Benny. So you're doing okay. We got you.
Thanks, Lar.
Benny, you gotta rotate your character.
Yeah, I have to like zoom out and zoom in so many times to get, and when I zoom out, then I can't.
Yeah, it's the things on the sides, right? That are
Here,
stopping you.
I will do you a favor here, and we will do one of these.
I'm just gonna move them for you. Nice.
Nope, I'm just gonna give him 360-degree view, even though he doesn't have that. And
What?
So in combat, you'll probably take that away.
potentially,
Well, but I think bears. Well, are their eyes a little bit more on the side of their heads than humans?
Other predators. If
They're
anything, they're a
definitely
little bit more
fish.
forward.
Forward. Okay.
Eh? Where are you going, bud?
I'm trying to figure out where everyone went.
Oh, I thought you saw me.
I did not. There you are. Okay.
You have vision on your master. That would probably make it easier to see them.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
That's probably it then.
No, these doors aren't
Onwards!
locked, are they? Or the gate?
Here we go.
Let's get down to business.
To defeat the Huns. Oh no. It's rough.
Did they send me daughters? When I asked for daughters? How dare they fulfill my order correctly?
I was not expecting that turn.
Line of sight. I don't know if my line of sight should be blocked by rock.
It's fine.
Could see an
Takes a
argument either way, and I'm gonna go with the argument of it blocks line of sight because that's less work.
It is very difficult to
Yeah. Yeah.
to
It is.
individualize
Yeah, that is not.
access.
What are these things that are like near that are surrounding us like right
Statues?
Statues.
now? Okay.
Yep. Moss covered statues, and you see people training in the side areas.
Cool.
Some silver chariot looking dude over there.
Over there. I love it.
Over here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, I can see something now. Nice.
Okay. Where is Vicarious sending us?
Keep going into the main area.
Oh, hi.
The Hatter guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Joe made it in.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can I potentially interest you in some goods? Ooh, this seems right up my alley.
What are you
Goodies.
selling?
All sorts of wares. We will be passing. He is a dealer of strange goods. We have an objective tonight. Let's not get wrapped up in this. Wait, what about my decision? I think his stuff is fun. I mean, my disciple could be wearing a fancy top hat that says mean things to him. Wouldn't that be exciting? Wouldn't you want a top hat, Benny? Just telling you mean things all the time? Being kind of a jerk?
No, that's okay. Who would want that?
Come on, guys. Let's keep going.
Who the hell is that?
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I
Don't worry about it.
saw a lot of stuff.
Yep. There's people. Don't worry about it. The more you look, the more problems you'll.
But
Come
Joe
across.
made it in.
Yeah. Hijo, he's here. He probably snuck in. Like
Nice.
the wolf he is, the Sigma.
I would think sneaking in is impressive in its own right.
Yeah. Looks like he had to do it at night though, which is even more impressive.
He is the lone wolf.
Because reasons.
He's not looking my direction. He's looking up right now, so he can't see me.
Mm-hmm. Benny keep forgetting his master. Unbelievable.
Wish you could just like pin him to me.
Well, you can, if you drag your mouse over your character token and his, you then select both, and you can then grab you, and it brings him along with you.
Yeah, make a blue box by dragging it. Your left click, one side of the corner, and then over here.
Oh, you know what I could do? I could unnerf my Daredevil with a select. Not that this seems super necessary. This is a pretty long range at half.
Whoops. What did I just do?
Light source, yay!
Oh, that person appears to have some data corruption.
All right, Matt. Either A, you.
Whoa. Okay, things have loaded in.
Yeah.
That took a
I
sec.
think you. Is the meters different? That just seems so much more. I think my field of vision is different now.
Mine should be the same.
Well, this forge also grants light.
Okay, maybe that's the reason. Yeah, I can see I can only see here
You should.
before.
You should be able to see
Okay.
a lot because the
All right.
forge grants bright light.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, is this our destination?
Correct.
So we just waiting for things to attack or something?
No, use your brain, apprentice. Where do you think the vulnerability of this area is located where creatures of the forest can assault this compound?
Well, there's nobody up on the walls over there. And it looks like there's a few people watching up on... Well, that wall over there is completely broken. I would
Hey
assume
guys.
this is... Hello, we're here for Night Watch.
As this guy comes over. Yeah! Name's Professor William. I'm in charge of construction, maintenance, repair, shenanigans, fixing stuff. Come on over. We're gonna do a little bit of a night watch. Hold the gate here type of thing. Can never fix the damn wall, but no one ever seems to really care. As long as we got some students willing to pitch in and whatnot. Come on over, Eddie.
How do we get up there?
Well, hold on. Sheriff Chief, you could move out the barricades a little bit. Looks like we got some extra participants tonight. Yeah.
Barricades.
Oh, we're gonna stand outside the wall. Righto. Climb through the rubble, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Around. You don't want to lose it because if the monsters get it, it can get real bad, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for. I got bombs.
Oh, I love bombs. I'd use bombs too.
Well, don't be throwing them willy-nilly. All right. So, if you're going to fight, get up on there because you're new. Sheriff Chi, I'm gonna have you do a little bit of extra tonight. You're gonna handle the upper zone outside the barricade. You think you can handle that? Time for real combat. He jumps the barricade.
So we're getting up on top of the wall.
Come on. There you go. Hold that high ground, or you can push so that you hold the the choke point in front of the barricade. But that does make you more exposed. Lyron, you should probably move your character because you can't talk to them all the way over there.
Wait, what the heck? I've been moving my character. Why was there an outline of the character over? Oh shoot, my character's moved back.
Same with this.
I was up on the wall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Here, let me refresh.
Okay.
Pause the music, do a refresh. Cause maybe it's my giggle that's trying to mess with me.
Could be mine too. I'll refresh.
Yeah.
Did everybody else see me moving
At the end.
at the end? Nope. Then it was me that was desynced because I wasn't moving myself there.
Okay.
I have reloaded. Everything should be fine and not ruined.
Right. Like to introduce you to my 3 students that always come with me. So the one that's hidden under that giant text name that actually, you know, names are supposed to be just a name, not something that you superimpose over the fabric of reality. Don't mind me. I'm a problem. The whole problem.
Nothing
Alright.
but the problem.
This one's called Golden Girl. That's Shirchi, and the repair specialist over there is Niam.
Well, hello there.
Yeah. Anyways, none of y'all's allowed to be on the wall. You'll defend the breach. Good luck. Oh, my detector doohickey majigger says we have a little bit of time. So, if you're a master, please, you can join me up on the wall here. There you
I'll
go.
push Vicarious up.
There you go. As for the rest, y'all's, is this your first? I don't think I've seen you before, so this would be your first time doing
We just got to the academy.
like how recently?
We passed the obstacle course and spent a day talking to people.
Wonderful. So you guys are actually taking your cultivation seriously, because you can spend all your time inside and learn some things. And wait, have you guys not learned martial arts yet?
Nope. Now's the time. The present is the time to learn martial arts.
No. Time is to learn how to not die, because you guys don't have any martial arts. That's gonna be exciting. Okay. Well, nothing could possibly go wrong. Don't worry about it. It's not like the creatures of the forest have martial arts and you don't. So, anyways, well, you're here. If you die, you die. If you don't, well, that's good too.
Master, can I have my grenade launcher?
No.
All right.
Wow.
This will be a wonderful exercise in combating entities far above your weight class.
Very well.
Dying here would be a disappointment. You will be able to be revived once. I permit this. I have enough energy for 1 resuscitation.
Oh, great.
Oh, your master can just bring you back to life on a whim after being torn from limb and your throat ripped out. And that's fancy.
I guess so. Also,
You will retain the memories of how you died.
Sounded unpleasant.
Still sounds unpleasant.
Vicarious is like, Benny, just do what you do, man.
Hit him very hard.
I heart you,
I've got my bear claw ready.
bear. Okay. All right. Any questions for the new people? We got a few moments before the torrent and trickle feed of just horrors start coming in from the depths of the forest.
Yes, you said be careful with the explosives. What should I do with them?
Throw them at them.
Understood.
Away from the barricade, preferably, because the barricades are... They provide some sort of, defense. I mean, some of the creatures are dumb. I'm just gonna say it. They're dumb but ferocious. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know about any of the creatures whatsoever?
There's these scary wolf things with a billion eyes everywhere.
There's a lot of those. Yeah. No, there's a lot of those. Okay.
Well, I've seen. Oh, and there was a tree that tried to eat me.
There are those too. Have you fought the ones that move?
We've got a buddy who has one of them inside him.
Is he dead?
Nope.
Well, my condolences to that guy. That sounds awful.
Yep, we saw what happened. It killed another dude like 100 times.
He just was able to up and die like that 100 times.
I guess so.
Wow, that's
We call him
pretty,
Murder Bro. He's a pretty swell dude.
I mean, he's. I guess he's not fooling himself as to what he likes to do and what he does. All right. So let's go over some basics. So there's a series of critters that'll approach. Usually you got the first ones. They're little like hyena fox things. They're not too much of an issue, but they got these little teeth that are really irritating. If they nip you or bite you, they always seem to get past your defenses somehow. But they don't do a lot of damage. But oh man, do those bites hurt all night long. You'll need to take a pretty considerable rest to get whatever that gunk is off of you. Then you got the knot wolves. They're wolves with too many eyes. They're more of like I don't really want to call them wolves. They're like if you combine a wolf with a nightmare creature. They're inky black except for their eyes and teeth, and they're pretty good at ambushing. Then you got the phase hounds. Phase hounds, they hunt in packs. The more you are surrounded, the more lethal they become, and hitting them becomes more and more increasingly difficult. You have the cacklers. They make fun of you at a distance, and they make this horrendous noise that grates on your sanity. So definitely watch out for that. If you have a ranged weapon or a bomb, throw it at it. I mean, they're cowards, so they'll run away, but they'll come back. Then you have the devil hounds. Devil hounds are a problem. We don't like those. They think no, if we come across a devil hound, I'm gonna have to pull you guys back because you don't have martial arts. You won't be able to resist its effects. I don't know about your training, but you're gonna run into something really bad. There's the Rotwoods. If they decide to make the trek over, if a Rotwood behemoth comes over, you might want to be a little careful because they have this rotting aura that deteriorates the condition of things, including your health. That's not good. We don't like that. Yep. Let's see what else. There's a couple weirdos. They're the many-eyed foxes. Try not to look at them too hard because they're kind of glitchy and they'll drive you nuts. There's also a one-eyed wolf, and that one causes hallucinations, illusions, glamours, delirium, insanity, and yeah, has really sharp teeth. Yep,
Huh.
yep, those are good. And those are just some of the quicker ones, minus the Rotwood, of course. There's a couple. Oh man, if one of the salamanders comes this way, we'd be in a big trouble. Might have to get one of the teachers. I don't know. Anyways, basic crash course in what you're about to get murdered by. Getting surrounded, not a good thing. Pick your targets. Don't overextend. Compartmentalize. Make sure you pick the right bad thing to attack. And if you miss, well, you're not retrieving whatever you just threw until nightfall, or until morning. Yeah, that's the word. Until morning has arrived, if it even is still there. If you cross into the tree line, you're considered lost, and you're on your own. Yep. 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 What else? What else would be really bad if y'all up and died? Oh yeah, there's all sorts of other stuff. There's a cat that might appear. Don't interact with the cat. If it comes at your feet and starts to twine it between your legs, punt it as hard as you can, because it'll rub off its bad luck on you. That's not good. What else is there? There's just too much count. It's hard to keep track of them and all. Oh, there's the scythe ferret. You don't want to fight that. It's ferret, but it has scythes for paws, and its tail is a giant scythe. Yep. It's not really a matter of I'll look out for it. It's either you see it before it kills you, or it's already assassinated you. Give you the good old stabby stab. Or would that be like slice? No, it'd be more of a slice. Yeah. Any questions?
Seems pretty straightforward. Kill them before they kill us, yes?
Right. Well, also, unless they're actually going to be affecting you, because a lot of them will just sit at the forest line and just watch you menacingly. So, yeah, I mean, make sure they're actually a problem before you engage.
Sure enough.
Okay. Well, get your positions.
Mm-mm.
Mr. Bearman, I recommend you getting a little closer, getting into the thick of it. You gotta watch your footing, but it's even harder on top of the wall, even though it'd be a pretty good defensive point. But you want somewhere to retreat to, because if you have to retreat off the high ground, well, they have the high ground, so you might want to get up to them barricades.
So up here more?
No, barricades.
Um,
Down.
down
No.
there.
Yeah. Behind the barricades. Here. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Perfect.
Barricades.
Barricades. Perfect. Ah, it worked. Everybody, make sure you're ready, because here they come. I can hear them. Hear them with my ears and my fancy doodle device, a booble, whatever. Gotta. Are you guys ready for the combat?
Initiation! Yes, I am. Yes,
Roll
we're
me
ready.
a luck test. Let's start with whoever is highest on the turn order.
Definitely not me.
Well, Benny's got a roll.
Benny, remember your custom. Benny should actually win this since he gets like a plus to his.
So what am I rolling?
Initiative.
Yeah.
Your
Initiative.
custom roll.
Initiative.
Wait, what the heck? Why do I have the custom is just blank for me? Great.
So it just rolled a 1d10. It didn't add your agility bonus. Tim, it really sucks to do a 1, but you have more things to your custom. Did you not add them in?
No, it did not.
Yeah, how do you add them into the custom?
It just
So
kind of automatically popped. It didn't
yeah,
do anything.
so
Automatically.
on the custom it just shows 1d10, right? You would add in all the extra things you were getting. So I think Matt gave you a talent that increases your initiative bonus. So whatever that plus is, I'm not sure what it is exactly, but I think it was like either your agility bonus again or something else.
Golden Girl fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be
I gave you a bonus to lifting, pulling, pushing, or carrying. Let's see.
this was your downtime action thing from your master you were doing.
Yeah, the faster initiative. He adds his agility and extra time.
Right. So it would be whatever your agility bonus is times 2. In this case, if it's
Yeah, you'd have 1d10 plus 6 instead of 3.
So you got 7.
Yep. Looks like you did not write it down somewhere. It might be in your journal. Ooh, progress. Unless you're 3 of a kind. Where do you keep your notes? Where's your notes? I see no notes. Benny, why do you do this to yourself? Gotta write down your notes.
Journal, maybe? I don't know.
Nah, I looked at journal.
Oh.
Let's see if you have it on your CERT. Nope. Well, if you remember correctly, you have. Let me actually just double check the chat log because it was.
yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm just putting in initiative.
Because I know you have at least 1 rank in it. I'm not sure if you did 2 ranks. Chat entries. Yeah, grants agility bonus to initiative rolls. You actually have that enhanced initiative rank. And you're halfway to rank 2, I believe. Huh. And then Benny is the beast. Beastly Benny. Let's find out where it is.
Okay, so I guess I need to roll the luck here.
Maybe I'm seeing where Benny is at. I think Mr. Poe also trained it.
Yeah, it was Poe and Benny. I'm pretty sure I didn't do it.
No, you
I had the
trained it.
opportunity. I don't
No,
remember
you trained
training it. Did I?
Because it says down there. Yeah, you trained it too.
No, I just
yeah.
copy pasted it. I just copy pasted it, Matt. I didn't train
okay,
it.
that's what you did. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Benny, you have enhanced initiative rank, and you're halfway to your next one. So yeah, okay, you did just repost it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it.
Okay, I thought that was yours.
No.
So that's where you're at. So you have extra initiative.
Click on your token and roll it again as well, so we can get on the chart.
Yeah, because
Yes.
it'd be 1d6. So you modify the box next to the custom. See how
That's
I
how that
modified
works.
that?
Yep.
Yeah, to modify that box. So now you can just hit custom with your character sheet or your character selected. That'll do it. There you go, Benny. Which means Benny is the one who rolls the 100.
Sure.
But everyone will get the chance. Higher is bad.
So roll a D100, you said?
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. It's pretty good.
That's pretty
First
good.
things that appear. Meow. Okay. I did notice something. We are less than 10 minutes from end of session.
Yep.
Combat takes a while. And I plan to do wave after wave after wave of this stuff.
Mhm.
I also would like Mr. Poe to have the opportunity to participate.
Oh,
in
so
this.
I don't even get the option of being like, hey, let's go longer.
Yeah, I'm also we can't go longer today. I apologize. I got a lot of stuff in between session.
That's all
I
right.
have to do a makeup session for another player as well.
Sure.
Normally that won't be the case. We're also missing Mr. Poe and
Combat. Yeah.
yeah,
I got
combat. I'm expecting about anywhere from 4 to 8 rounds, waves of combat.
Okay.
Just have to clear them out every single. We can get it done in 8 minutes if we clear them out every single round with one round. Just don't let them act.
Okie dokie.
Attack them all with damage. Yes.
I know it's a little early. We'll start, and we'll go a little later next time.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
But we'll stop it here so that Mr. Poe can join in. I'll do a catch-up session with him on the side, so you guys don't have to sit around for that. And then he will be here with you guys start next session. With or
Or
without a
safe
master, who
in
knows?
his bed.
All right. What the game? What the session?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Was good.
Yeah.
Any merit for the session yet?
We'll do 5.
Okay.
You'll gain more once you finish fighting the critters.
Cool. Oh. Initiative started. And it's between sessions. Can we technically? Because I wanted to spend 35 of my 40 merit to make a conflux for a thing. Because I've got 3 stars of negative still.
Why don't we do that now? Because we're out of session. So let me also type in 5 merit for catching the redundant.
I have a quick question then. My Tesseract only gives me merit when I get 10s of things. Since I got
or
5,
until you got the conversion ratio.
No. Since I got 5 and 5 merit today, can I make it 10, or do I still not have to?
No, that's 10. It's every time you reach it, it's cumulative. Like once you reach.
Oh,
the
it is
threshold,
cumulative. All right, I wasn't sure of that.
It doesn't have to. It's not multiples of 10 in the merit. It's like you can gain 5 multiple times throughout the session, and as long as it reaches the 10.
Yeah.
Was this session 6, by the way, for hidden potential?
Yes.
Or 7. Okay. Session 6.
Yeah. So catching tendency, core pillar, enhance.
No, this is session 8, my die.
What, session 8? I've missed 2 of them? Okay.
5 merit.
We'll put that in properly then.
Session 12-30. At Dosicers. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You stick around, Casey. We're gonna build that complex. Do you know what you kind of want? Is it
I
a select
do.
complex where it
It is a
targets
select complex.
Okay, so you're gonna wrap it around an ability that you already have.
Yes.
Okay. Describe it to me.
So the
what is the
thermoacoustic
ability you want
effect,
and the effects of the
I want it
conflict
to be
exchange?
more like the original idea, where it converts various types of energy into sound and vice versa.
Okay. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
First thing we're gonna do is create a pool.
Okay.
Pool has a chart next to it. It's intrinsically attached to the pool. The pool is going to be, I'd say, fatigue. It will be your number. So it'll be willpower bonus, toughness bonus.
Okay.
That's how many points that the pool can hold.
Points. Well, plus tough.
That's the size of the pool. You can grow it. But if you conflict something, you have to design it to be able to take outside upgrades. So that would take away from other features because you get something might, swiftness, mind, and spirit related attached to this upgrade. So I'm going to give you a base ability, and then we'll put 1, 2, 3, and then the 4 different pillars as their features. The table attached to the pool is your catalog. You got to know the energies before you can absorb them.
Okay.
Or convert sound into those energies. You gotta build the catalog. This is why this is going to be really tough, but broken further down the line.
Oh yeah.
But I got to make it really rough to use at the beginning.
And I'm guessing I cannot use it as the baseline ability anymore, can I?
You can use it as the baseline ability. You can just choose to ignore the energy absorption or the energy conversion factor. You can just not use it.
Okay.
But to gain understanding of the energies, you have to have mastery in those energies. Not like the skill, but you gotta have a really amazing understanding of those energies. Fortunately, your master is really good at this.
Yep.
You each time energy is converted. Each time energy is absorbed, it only absorbs 1 point in the pool.
1 point.
Each time you convert the energy in the pool out or into another energy, you can only do it one at a time, one instance. So basically 1 per turn.
Takes 1 point. Okay.
If you do a conversion without spending it, you can only convert 1 at a time.
Do conversion without spending the energy?
Yes. Even if you were to convert, like you have neutral energy and you're prepping to use kinetic energy, like force, you have to convert 1 unit into force, then load it into an ability to launch it. So it's really arduous to use because you have to not only convert the energy, then next turn you can use that energy.
Yep. I can't just absorb it and immediately turn it into something
Currently,
else.
you can only have 1 type of energy in the pool.
Type.
Because of the disharmony of energies that could be. If you put potential and kinetic energy in there, oh, you are going to have a problem.
Unless that's the problem that I want.
Unless it's the
later down.
Fortunately, you're practicing Wuxi. You'd be one of the only persons who can put 2 impossible energy sources together.
I already have 2 impossible key types.
Pretty much. Okay. This particular ability, let's see if I forgot any of the nuances of the mechanics. Whenever you use it, it causes 1 fatigue.
Okay.
That can be removed because it's a conflux, but it'll be difficult to do so. But it's kind of my limiter, at least currently, so that you don't just spam it. To utilize it, it takes to pull an energy or absorb an energy, a reaction or a free action, depending on if you're using as a free action. To absorb is a reaction. So you're going to need a lot of reactions.
Mm-hmm.
If you do it outside of combat, you can use any part of your main turn action economy. Just like putting your hand on it or getting close and absorbing it at distance.
Yep.
Still limited to 1 absorption per round.
Yep.
To do so, you need to roll a willpower test. The negative or bonus depends on if you have it on the catalog already, or how dangerous the energy or how different the energy is.
Storm.
Yeah. I told you this was going to be complex, my guy. You
Oh,
want to.
I'm just doing short notes so that once we actually do a
Yep.
real written down, we have everything that you're describing here right now.
Yeah. Then, so we have the action economy, we have the roll attached, we have cost of use, we have the conversion, we have the chart, we have the tracker. Okay, 4 upgrades. You have to have them flavored around each of the pillars, but do be mindful each of the pillars have their own interpretation. Swiftness can be, frequency of use, how much you can absorb, or you can build in a growth factor.
Might to remove the fatigue cost.
Let's.
No. Okay.
I want that to be something you unlock with your
That I have
master
to
later.
learn. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. What would might do?
So whenever you upgrade this, what you pick as might will be kind of what might is stuck as. So Johnny, unlike the other conflicts where you have to upgrade all 4 at the same time, you can pick one of the pillars to spam it, but until it's not a full upgrade to the conflux until all 4 are equal. So you can have.
So you still do have to use all the pillars. All right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
For confluxes, the level 1 that you're getting. Actually, technically, it's a level 0 conflux because you haven't even upgraded it the first time. Yeah, it'll be a level 0. Each time you upgrade the whole level, which means you've upgraded it with each of the 4
20
pillars.
merit then?
20 merit to upgrade it to level 1. You get a
And then
generalized
40
collective
merit for the second
upgrade. Yeah, 20, then 40, then... Oh, it gets really nasty, confluxes. Johnny can tell you all about them.
I could. It's true.
Yeah.
I think I understand.
Yeah, so if you might select the conflux, what
Then
does
it
that
upgrades
upgrade?
that specifically. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Might,
how much energy you can absorb?
Yeah, how much
and
per
output?
use
Okay.
it can absorb and release.
Okay.
Swiftness will be the amount of times I can absorb or release in a turn.
Cool. Mind?
Mind allows for like quicker understanding of the energies as they
Sure.
are being absorbed.
Yep.
And spirit is additional sources at once.
Okay. Love it. Cool. Additional sources at once can also apply to how many different energy sources you can have in your core, your reservoir at the same time.
Okay.
In addition to absorbing multiple different energy sources and outputting different energy sources. So spirit will be a really heavy hitter.
Oh yeah.
So do write those down. Those will be your constraints. When you reach new tiers, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, you will get a generalized bonus of your choice, an upgrade to one specific thing that doesn't have to do with the pillars. It just gives you a free small upgrade, a tweak, a modification.
Turn, and just to clarify on the swiftness, that's not changing the action economy at all. It's just total limit per turn.
Yeah. I made the action economy really usable anyways.
I don't really know how to describe mind then. Gain knowledge for
Basically, enhanced understanding of energy.
Okay.
Understanding.
Energy and spirit is additional energy sources at once. This is just shorthand notes. You can actually look at the ones that I put in there right now.
Sure.
Cool.
You've got a lot of good stuff right there.
Yep.
That is the base Conflex at tier 0. 20 merit gets you to upgrade number 1. This thing will get out of control quickly. Unfortunately, you didn't sneak in the ability to upgrade it with outside materials, but that can be one of your Conflex
that's
upgrades.
the mind one, because the mind one, when I'm using it, I get get knowledge on it.
No, that you're being able. That was you getting an enhanced ability to
Because I was trying to
understand
sneak that in. So instead of,
you can have it be one of your tier upgrades.
what are my tier upgrades?
Yeah, so once you reach tier 1, tier 2, you can also have them be, I can upgrade my Conflicts now with outside materials. Non-merit.
Okay, like Marshall coins or whatever.
Maybe, if you figure out how that works.
I don't know how it works yet, but I probably will when he forces me to use the 10,000 for something.
Anyways. Yes. So
Complex,
this has a lot of ways you can upgrade it. You've picked your 4, which are kind of locked in, but every time you level up the thing itself,
it adds another piece of them.
It adds another upgrade. Conflexes cannot be selected with pillars because they're already selected 4 times.
I thought that I could upgrade the specific one each time.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I can upgrade the same select.
Yeah, so you can't just go might select the whole Conflex outside of the 4 you've already designated. So think of this, it's a box. Your Conflex is in the middle of the box, and you have your 4 pillars inside the box. You can't go outside the box with a whole different select and go, one of the outside pillars, I now upgrade the Conflex and how it operates with a select that targets the whole grouping instead of the 4 options inside the box.
That's nice. And you can split it too, kind of do 2 and 2 instead of just full 1.
You can't upgrade it outside the box.
Oh, okay.
So
might select it again. It has to be amount of points per energy use, or
no. I'm not explaining it correctly. Think of it. You know how you can select anything as a singular object.
Mm-hmm.
The Conflex itself, you are selecting a singular target, or you're building a power. And each of the 4 pillars, the ones that you chose how it is upgraded, are their own isolated upgrades. Once you've picked it, you can't modify it. And that's inside the box.
What I mean is, if I might select it again, it does the same thing that it did last time. It just
Correct.
gives me more points. That's what I was trying to add.
Yeah, and you can't then, because the Conflex itself is considered a singular entity, despite being the set 4 choices from the 4 pillars of how it is upgraded depending on which pillar you pick.
Yep.
If you were to wrap up those 4 pillar selections and the Conflex into one singular entity, because it's a Conflex, you can't then select the Conflex with an outside selection as a whole entity. The might would upgrade the 4 pillars and the Conflex ability as a whole. So it's like, what is that?
If I level it up, does it also act as a select for everything on top of adding another option, or do I have to?
No, it's just one other option, because each individual upgrade from the pillars you picked is its own upgrade.
And once when I level it up, if I might select, it'll do both of the things for one select?
Whatever you picked, yeah.
So like if I did amount of points of energy per use and something else, then it would give both a thing. Okay.
Yeah, whatever you upgrade with whatever merit. The only time you get the extra upgrade is if all pillars are of equal purchase status. So you've purchased them X number of times and they all have to be equal.
Are these
Some
all
can-
at 0 right now, so they're not
Yes.
doing anything? Okay.
Yeah, they're all 0. Once you
Really?
get all of them to
Really? We have a limit.
5, which is the first purchase, then it goes to a tier 1. One pillar can be well ahead of the rest, but it's whatever the lowest collective value is. That is
Currently, they're not adding additional amounts of energy for use or amount of
that's
use
the
of land.
base.
Okay.
So you gotta choose the purchase.
Okay, so I already chose what happens. I just don't have it happen yet.
Also, the 35 merit you spent.
Yeah.
If I am correct, I think the conflux is a mysterious.
Yeah, you can put into whatever you want.
You can put that 35 merit into any threshold.
To any
divided however you wanted, because it's a mysterious upgrade.
Okay. Well,
Thresholds will be very important.
Well, I'm
we still
closer
have
to
a
a
Timmy
threshold
here?
by a lot.
Do we still have a Tim here?
Might give.
Timmy, Benny the Beast, where are you? I'm singing you a song.
I'm here.
Yes.
I just wanted to say Happy New Year's to all you guys, and we'll see you next year, right?
Yeah. Happy
See
New
you
Year.
2024.
All right, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.